I declare open this hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee into the opportunities for the development of a hemp industry in Australia. I'm the Acting Chair, Senator Richard Colbeck. I'm joined by Senator Tammy Tyrrell, Senator Josh DeLega, Senator Tyrone Whitten. Have I pronounced that right? Good, thank you. We did have a debate about that yesterday. And Senator Peter Whish-Wilson. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard's transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind any committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference today and who are not speaking to mute their microphones, and remember to unmute when you are called upon. I now welcome Mr Tim Schmidt, representing the Tazzy Hemp Company. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to a Senate committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Tim Schmidt, Director of the Tazzy Hemp Company.
Thank you. I now invite you to make an opening statement if you would like to do so, and following that we'll go to questions from colleagues.
Thanks very much. I've been a hemp farmer for about 12 years and also a cattle producer based in Tasmania, and having advocated for the industry for 6 or 7 years. Firstly, I'd like to thank this committee for giving our industry an opportunity to have a voice in Parliament. One of the greatest enemies of the hemp industry is ignorance, which to a certain degree this inquiry will address. In particular, I'd like to thank Senator Colbeck for putting to the Senate the motion for establishment of this inquiry, and also Peter Whish-Wilson, who has also been a great supporter of this initiative. They are both instrumental in creating opportunities for Tasmania in agriculture. This inquiry has the potential to bring about the greatest reform for the Australian hemp industry in the history of the country, to bring to light the significant business, environmental and social contributions to our country the hemp industry has to offer. I hope that this inquiry will educate and inspire lawmakers across the country to carry out this one essential action, at least, to establish a legislated definition of hemp being cannabis with less than 1% THC, and have it removed from the National Poison Schedule so as to allow the state governments to reform their legislation and allow the industry to take full advantage of all non-THC attributes the plant has to offer. An example to note on this is the French government's definition of chanvre being distinct from that of marijuana. Further to this, we ask that the government provide research, investment and procurement support so the industry can overcome barriers to initial establishment and development of economies of scale, in much the same way the Australian cotton industry was established here in Australia years ago. A complex array of opportunities have emerged from within the industry, split across 5 sectors, including food, fibre, fodder, extracts and carbon. All of these sectors can provide significant economic returns to regional agricultural communities given the right support. To facilitate this, we suggest establishment of an advisory group to assist the government in establishing relevant and effective strategies to develop opportunities for an Australian hemp industry. It must be understood that Australian agriculture faces significant opportunities of historical proportions to become a global leader in hemp production, processing and especially innovation. It is imperative that the government grasps the enormity of the opportunity before us, with so many advantages for our economy, environment and community being presented to us by supporting the development of the Australian hemp industry. To date, many of the hemp industry applications to government authorities have been met with prejudicial judgments from organisations such as the Office of Drug Control, the APVMA and FSANS. This practice has held our industry back and prevented us from implementing low-risk changes to federal regulations. Instead, Australia should be embracing change as a well-managed and informed way that provides sustainable growth and value to both our farmers and the Australian community. We urge the Senate to follow through with our recommendations and allow ours and other emerging hemp businesses in Australia reach their full potential. It's in your hands now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Just with respect to your first recommendation, which is a legislated definition for hemp as being cannabis with less than 1% THC, how do you see that aligning with other jurisdictions that have a lower THC specification? I think it's 0.3, and how might that impact on the industry here in this country and potentially trade opportunities?
I see it as a clear advantage. I think there's moves afoot in some jurisdictions to actually raise theirs to 1%. One of the key advantages of it is that it gives you a broader range of genetic material to source from, and in essence, relating to export markets, it's determined by the product that's going to the export market and what level of content is in that. So organisations like the TGA would ensure that anything that was developed for export was suitably appropriate. Just a side note, in Singapore you cannot import dehulled hemp seed. It's illegal.
Is that, and what's the rationale from their perspective for that? Is it because it has some THC in it?
I think it's like a zero-only policy, perhaps. But I mean, everywhere else in the world you can sell it and consume it, but not in Singapore. It's an extreme example.
They have a death penalty for marijuana use there, so it's not surprising.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a bit like until 2014 that was one of the key inhibitors for the hemp industry here in Australia until the regulatory framework was changed to allow seed to be sold here for food with a threshold. It was likewise prohibited here pretty much as well.
That's correct. Yeah, 2017 it was made legal.
Yep.
Yeah, in Australia.
Your next point was the removal from the poison schedule. What are your thoughts there? What's the rationale that should drive there?
Yeah, to go right back to the 60s, the establishment of the Singles Convention was, which is a global treaty that was established to restrict the illicit trade of drugs. At the time, they were unaware of the content of cannabinoids in cannabis, and the only way that they could make a definition or a determination was to use the botanical name Cannabis sativa and the other varieties. They only had that as a tool to define. Now, since then, there's been an awful lot learned about the plant, and there's been the emerging industry of where there's non-THC production of the huge myriad of beneficial products. There's a lot more knowledge now, but the Singles Convention is still stuck in that 1960s framework, and there needs to be a distinction. And as I pointed out in my opening presentation, the French government has always had a distinction. They've never not had a distinction, and it's just a thing that Australia can take on, which is not unusual. So that the one of the blocking points is perhaps the way that the Singles Convention is interpreted. But there's as many different interpretations as there is countries, and there's no reason why Australia can't have an interpretation that satisfies the intent of the Singles Convention and still be able to create a legislative environment that will provide the opportunity for the hemp industry to be able to take advantage of all those non-THC benefits.
You also recommend that the hemp be a crop managed by the Federal Department of Agriculture. On what basis do you think that they would do it any better?
At the moment, the industrial hemp has an overlap of administration with the Office of Drug Control and the Health Department and so on, when it shouldn't even be there. That's why we need that distinction, so that it can be considered and controlled simply as an agricultural commodity, no different to wheat or flax or whatever, so that that gives the industry, agricultural industry, an opportunity to grow the crop without undue regulations and restrictions. And in no way are we suggesting that it be an open slather. We still agree that there needs to be certain controls. For example, having certified seed that's guaranteed to go under the 0.5% that's required when you're planting for seed crop and things like that. But being administered under the Department of Agriculture, it gives that one body that controls that particular crop, and it saves on so much cross purposes, duplication in administration, and it creates efficiencies and allows the industry to easily grow as it should.
Okay. Senator Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to ask you about those couple of recommendations as well, but I was interested in a comment in your submission. It has appeared in other submissions around what appears to be moderation by the social media platforms. I just was interested in what steps you, as an operator, Tim, or anyone in your industry has taken in terms of, have you been able to contact Meta, which is very difficult, by the way, or YouTube, Google, TikTok, those kind of platforms?
So in our particular case, we've just been organically developing our business. We're not doing any commercial advertising, so on Meta or whatever. But I know that there are businesses that have come up against challenges, and there was one business that I think it was Stripe or Square, one of those two, and they just put a block on their account, and that was really the straw that broke the camel's back. That business eventually folded. They just had enough. But I think what's needed is the government support. An association or a business trying to get in touch with Meta is just...
It's very hard.
It can't really be done.
Yeah.
You need say, governmental authority or something like that that really has some weight behind it to be able to raise the issue with these organisations that are just... because the word's hemp involved, they automatically assume it's an illegal activity and just shut everything down. And it just is a real problem for the industry. And so that's an example of where government assistance or government involvement can help address that issue.
Yeah, and they tend to do their moderation internationally as well. It's very hard to know if they even do that from a place like Australia. Well, that's something, I'd be quite interested for the committee to look into, because they do have different rules in different countries. So,
I was going to ask off the back of that, Peter. I understand the situation is different in the US with respect to the platforms. So, it should be possible with an understood framework in this jurisdiction to manage it. I must admit, when I've visited some of the facilities, I've watched my social media very closely after posting about being at Tim's site at Red Hills to see whether or not the mention of hemp and the hemp products would impact, because
Well, it certainly impacted him in the past, yeah.
Yeah, I can see how that'd be very frustrating if you're retailing hemp seeds or hemp food, hemp oil online, like the kind of product you sell, which I've been a big consumer of, I must say, and how frustrating that would be to have your account blocked or have your content moderated when it's perfectly legal. A couple of questions, just another broad one. This stigma associated with this. You know, Tim, you're a farmer in Tassie. I've been out to your place. You've got beef cattle. You've got a lot of things going on. How generally, you've obviously, amongst others, been a pioneer in this industry. How big is that stigma now amongst the Tasmanian farming community? Have you managed to break that down, or is there still an issue with?
Well, there's a couple of factors. Certainly over the last 5 years, with my experience at the local farmers markets and things like that, and the interactions with tourists from all over Australia, there is a real awakening, and I would say there's almost an expectation developing within the community for the need for change in dealing with the hemp industry. But I have noticed a distinct change. And just as an example, we used to sell 250-gram packets of hemp seed because people had never tried it and they just thought they'd give it a go. These days we sell 3-kilo bags all over Australia with quite a lot of frequency. The other issue, or the other point to make, is that particularly in relation to Tasmania, I'd say that part of the reason that Tasmania has been so progressive, especially the Tasmanian government in facilitating the hemp industry, is because of their experience with the poppy industry. And so there is a sort of a level of, a very high level of acceptance within the Australian community, particularly the farming community, for industrial hemp, and that's one of the reasons that we've been able to be so successful in Tasmania.
With the stigma, obviously we're talking about a very low THC product that has multiple applications. Have you noticed any changes since the special access scheme was set up for medicinal cannabis? Obviously prior to that it was illegal to use any form of cannabis or even CBD made from hemp. Has there been any change since it's become legal in Australia to access that scheme?
Yeah, I think that it has made a major difference in a general perception of say, even marijuana or hemp in the community. And right from the start in the advocacy days, the terminology that we'd be using was establishing hemp, the distinction between hemp and marijuana, to try and just get that constant message out there so people could become more educated about it. But certainly, you know, a lot of the positive stories that have come from medicinal use of marijuana has helped with the general perception of cannabis altogether.
Okay. But
we're still really keen to get that separation.
Yeah, to get the separation, I understand. What got you into this in the first place as a Tasmanian farmer? What's your story?
Well, what would be a Senate hearing without mentioning a fellow Phil Reader, who's now deceased, but really was quite a enthusiastic and passionate supporter of the industry. And I just read an article in the paper about a field day, and we're looking for farming options, cropping options on our own property, which is not particularly well suited to cropping, but hemp with its unique capacity, and also having grown potatoes, which are quite devastating to the soil. I'd learnt that there was remedial aspects of the hemp crop that help with following it, and so it's really important as a rotation crop. And then the thing about the hemp industry, and some of you might know a lot about it, but the more you look into it, the more interesting it becomes, and the more affected you get by the fact that it's been so badly dealt with, and that there's just such a huge opportunity there. There's a golden egg waiting there, but it's just, like I said in my talk, the general ignorance is the problem. People don't appreciate just what's there. And the more you learn about it, the more there is to like about it.
There's a lot of questions from all the senators, but I was keen to just hear, and maybe you don't have to do this now, and the other senators may ask you, with your recommendations, like a legislative definition. Senator Colbeck talked about the hemp be removed from the National Poison Schedule, the hemp be a crop managed by the Department of Agriculture. It'd be good to get an idea from you as to not just why you've made those recommendations, but where you're at with those, like whether you can give the committee any kind of update on what's been done in that regard and whether there's been any progress.
Well, when I first got involved, it was all focused on state legislation, and obviously the states control how they manage it. And Tasmania in particular, New South Wales has now got the most progressive legislation for hemp in respect to extracts. However, there is speculation that the Office of Drug Control or some other federal regulatory authority will overrule what they've decided. The Tasmanian government here has been really conscious of the poppy industry and want to make sure that there is no blurring of the lines. So, but they've done as much as they possibly can with allowing horticultural use as well. But as far as so advocating for the industry at the state level, you sort of get to as far as they can go, and then you've just got to look to the federal. That's where the problem is. And then if you want to really go into it, well, you go to the UN, because that's where the Singles Convention is, and it's just a giant rabbit hole. But we've found that with the federal regulatory regulations and legislation, there is room there to still comply with the Singles Convention. And I just chase cows, so I don't know much about that legal stuff, but I can tell you that some of the bureaucrats in the Tasmanian government have studied this because they've been really keen to see how it can progress. And they've been pretty fun. They've been extremely helpful in providing clarity on how this issue can be dealt with. So I would say that the only thing that's changed is an understanding and a community expectation. But as far as the regulations at the federal level, it's just a bit of a dog's breakfast and needs reforming.
But do you, for example, know if there's been any discussions with DAF?
We might get some of the departments in and have a chat
Yeah.
later in the inquiry. I think that's a good line of inquiry for us to follow through. So if there's anything further you have, I'd ask you to do that on notice, and I'll throw this.
Thank you, Senator. Yep.
I think just another point is the APVMA. I've had lots of dealings with them. I mean, for goodness sake, they've declared hemp seed oil a veterinary chemical. You know, so one would...
The oil that you make?
Hey?
The oil?
Yeah, the hemp seed oil. What you can go into the supermarket, you can buy it and put it on the salad for the kids, but don't you dare sell it for your pet. Because they've declared it a veterinary chemical. And the conclusion that there's been a lot of contradictions come out of that organisation, and it's pretty clear that there's a lot of either misunderstanding or confusion about the entire industry in the APVMA, and then there's others, different people in the organisation form different opinions, and then it just creates a lot of confusion for everyone, and it holds back the industry. So there's a lot of work needs to be done in that space.
Senator DeLuga.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for coming along today. Your submission, you're talking about, you spoke about the growth of the hemp industry in Tasmania, and I think it's a really positive picture that's come out of it. You know, it was just the seed plantings were going for just 24 hectares in 2023, up to 300 hectares in 2024, and over 600 this year. Can you tell the committee what's driving that product growth and the market segments that are demanding their product, and what it might mean in practical terms for the Tasmanian farming families and regional processors?
So originally there was quite a bit of when it was first made legal, there was a lot of excitement, and organisations were setting up. I think there was around five different companies that are now all rationalised into one. Initially, there was a massive oversupply of seed. So I was interviewed by the media at one point, and they were saying that they were expressing the thought that the industry had collapsed. Well, it hadn't collapsed, it was just oversupplied, and it was off a very low base. So, and I observed continually that the market was growing. Okay, so we've hit that elasticity point, and now with the inherent cautiousness, you don't want to have the same thing happen. So there's been just the gradual increase in plantings, but the demand is continuing to grow. I wouldn't say exponentially, but I know in South Australia the business there is saying it's 10-15%. That's pretty good growth, market growth, and I'd say it's the same. Well, I know Tim's markets developed significantly, so there's which I knew was always going to happen. It's just that it's got to be, well, it is. It's sustainable growth, and it gives an option for the growers, right? And it is a really good rotational crop because it's got lots of benefits in that space. But we need those extra bits on the gross margin to make it more viable. It's not as a gross margin crop just for the seed right now. It's marginal unless you have a real appreciation for the intangible benefits of the crop. If it's just numbers on a page, then you probably would grow peas or something else. But with the extra, say for instance, being able to sell untreated mulch adds $200 to the gross margin. Well, that's that sort of pulls it further in. And then the other thing that we're working on, of course, is improved yields, and yield is the biggest lever. So we're just on that point. Like the Tasmanian farmers are not going to grow hemp just for the hell of it. They need to make money out of it, like any other crop, and that's where we need to be able to position it. But with the increased demand, it's looking positive, as you say. But you can land Canadian product here for, I don't know, around about half or so of the price. It's not as good a quality, but...
We did hear that in some of the site tour visits that we did yesterday, and that was something that the committee was informed about, and which is obviously something that we'll consider as we go along. But it was really interesting yesterday in the visits, which was absolutely brilliant by the THA for us to go and actually meet some farmers who have been diversifying their businesses and looking at how they use their land to include hemp, and I think that was quite a positive sort of step, and it really seems to be really good stories coming out of those businesses that are diversifying. Would that be your experience as well, or your observation?
Well, I enjoy growing the product because it's interesting and progressive, and I can't claim that I've made a fortune out of it, yeah. But it's been great entertainment.
And your submission makes some interesting points about hemp's potential for carbon sequestration and as a rotation crop that helps restore soil after intensive cropping. Can you walk the committee through what that looks like in practice on your farm, and particularly with your rotation with potatoes?
Yeah, well, thanks to McCain's, we're not growing potatoes anymore, but we're still growing the hemp. Look, there's the two sequestration components, and that's above the soil and below the soil. Yeah. There's always the benefit, regardless of anything, that you get that element of sequestration. It's a little bit of a challenge in our particular case because we have excessively high organic carbon content in our soil already, just because of the nature of the country. But there's plenty of other places that have got low organic carbon that could certainly benefit from it. And then you've got the sequestration involved in particular, the building industry and other materials like that. That system is really undeveloped right now, but there's been There's Winton Evers has been developing methodology that's going to be fantastic for Australia. CSIRO looking to put it down as a full cam, and that's a really important step because it's just not even on the list right now, but it needs to be, so that all those extra benefits can be pulled out of it. Well, I just mentioned that I had a crop go over the THC level, so I had to destroy it, and all the cameras came out expecting a big bonfire, but instead I just dragged a railway bar over it and mulched it back into the soil.
Yep.
Can I ask it by how much were you
I think it was 1.3 or something like that. It was not much. Yeah.
So was that, sorry, I'm going to go to Senator Tyrrell.
No, I was just like, while he was talking about it.
What was that a function of?
It was a variety from China, and they're notorious for having variable THC levels, unbeknownst to me at the time. And I was experimenting with different varieties, and there were no PBRs or anything on it. And there's certain, like the really established ones, they're really secure with their THC levels, but there's others that can be affected significantly by either stress or timing, or there's lots of different variations, but it wasn't that it was going to be an outrageous level ever.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. Apologies. I was just curious as to how much over you were. You did mention the New South Wales legislation, saying it was quite progressive. Can you elaborate on how we could adopt this at the federal level?
Oh, well, it's simple. Just get that legislated definition, remove it from the poison schedule, and then that allows the states to reform their legislation, and in particular moving it from the ODC to DAF. Those two actions will fix that problem straight away.
So very simple then.
Very simple, very simple.
If we did make the desired changes to the legislation, what would you expect to see happen? And the value that the changes would bring to your industry and across the board, because there's a lot of opportunity that's been missed here.
I think one of the factors that's, that a lot of people don't really appreciate is when you're looking at corporate investment, they're very focused on risk. And even though if you look right into it, there's little to no risk, but as far as a board member of a corporation that's looking to invest in the hemp industry, there's still that risk element because there's that legislation, yeah. And so cannabis is in that poison schedule where it shouldn't be. Oh, sorry, industrial hemp, yeah.
As a side note, Tim introduced me to the hemp industry with his beautiful hemp orange cupcakes and some hemp magnesium lotion, which has helped my hands immensely, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you. So you mentioned that the definition of hemp should be less than 1% THC, and is that purely because of the export
No.
for other countries? Is that like a global sort of standard, the 1%?
No. So just as an interesting story, when the European Union was organising things, the French insisted that it be 0.3 because all their varieties were under 0.3, and that meant that kicked out the competition from Eastern Europe. So that's and the explanation that I heard at a conference in Canada was that the reason that they picked 0.3 was because to get any kind of reaction to marijuana, it has to be at least 3.5%, and so they just arbitrarily took 10% of that as the cut-off point. In Australia, it's pretty smart to have it at 1% because it's still quite manageable, and remembering, of course, that at least here 0.5% is the limit for any seed that you're going to plant from which you're going to harvest. So it's 1% for the end product, but 0.5% for anything that you're going to propagate from.
So a 0.5% seed could grow into a 1%
Well,
land?
well, you wouldn't expect it to.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's, I'm just saying they're the limits. Like the stuff that we grow is 0.03.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Where does recreational cannabis percentage roughly kick in?
So during the 60s, it was around 12% that you'd get in the pub or whatever. The stuff that they grow at Pontville is around 25 plus.
So you're a long way from...
Long way.
Yeah.
Long way.
Okay. And how hard is it getting 0.5% seed?
Oh, well, you just phone call to Midlands.
Oh,
Simple.
Easy.
The Canadian industry is sort of, a lot of the varieties that are here derive from the Canadian industry, and they've been working on it for a lot longer than us, and they've developed these really good varieties. And then there's a few varieties coming out of China, and they're sort of a little bit more sort of rubbery. But there's been a lot of work, and of course the European ones. They're solid, low THC plants.
Yep. And you also mentioned that the industry could do with a helping hand from the government in the same way it sort of did with the cotton industry. Have you got a ballpark figure on what that might look like?
Yeah, so the kind of scenario I'm talking about is setting up a fibre hub for, say, around $50 million. And then, as I've stated in my report, you generate, you can generate fairly, develop jobs. I can't remember the numbers now, but there's significant employment opportunities. It's got to be within 150 k's from where the crop is grown, because it's so expensive to transport. And you've got the sugarcane industry, the cotton industry would really welcome a rotational crop, and all the logistics are there. You just need the investment of the capital and have it low risk. And the sort of thing I'm suggesting is that the government actually underwrite it, but industry pays for it.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, colleagues. Thanks, Mr. Schmidt, for your evidence today. I think there might have been a little bit of homework in questions on notice. If we could have that information back by the 27th of March, please. But thank you for your appearance and evidence here today.
Thank you very much.
I now welcome Mr. Nathan Kalman, representing Taz Farmers. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please give us your name and the capacity in which you appear today? Mr. Schmidt, we better go through the same if you're staying on in an advisory capacity.
Yes, so I'm Nathan Kalman. I'm the CEO of Taz Farmers.
Sorry, Tim Schmidt, committee member of Taz Farmers.
Thank you. Mr. Kalman, I invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll go to questions from colleagues.
Yes, so I guess just for a little bit of background, Taz Farmers was previously known as the Tasmanian Farmers and Graziers Association. We're the peak membership organisation in Tasmania for primary production. We have members from across just about every commodity, and I think, probably what we have observed over the last 20 to 30 years in the state has been quite a transformation around the types of farming activities that are conducted here, and a lot of that has been off the back of a significant investment in irrigation infrastructure across the state. So, 30 years ago we probably would have seen a lot of the areas through the Midlands used predominantly for, dry land grazing, fine wool production, things like that. Today, if you were to take a helicopter trip over the same areas, there's green areas about as far as you can see. And I guess the way that investment has been funded is typically through, 50% federal 50% state, and the 50% state is typically split between the state government and the on-farm producer. What we also see in that regard is that, that's really only the first step in investment. That really only gets water to the farm gate. Beyond that, producers will then typically invest significantly into capital on farm to deliver that water and enable it to be used effectively, and grow much higher value commodities on a rotational basis and in a sustainable way. And it's those high value commodities, I suppose, that have really enabled the investments that we've seen to, ultimately be successful because of, trade barriers associated with freight and things like that off the island. High quantity bulk commodities are often not sustainable in a state like Tasmania, where freight can be a significant barrier, but when you're growing, high margin, lower yield commodities such as hemp seed, it gives producers the opportunity to actually, generate a sustainable income from the land that they manage. So I guess that's probably the broad background around our interest in growing hemp as another alternate rotational crop, and would really welcome any questions that the committee has.
Thanks, Mr. Cowman. Your recommendations effectively follow those of Mr. Schmidt earlier. What could you add to what he's put on the record already in relation to those matters?
Yeah, I caught the second half of his appearance. I think what I would say firstly is that they're incredibly consistent with our cereals and seeds committee. Seeds in particular have been an incredibly successful growth area for producers in the Midlands and north of the state over the last few years. Hemp definitely forms part of that, but cropping for grass seed or vegetable seed has been a significant growth area. It's essentially grown from nothing to a crop that I think is now getting close to $40 million a year in terms of seed production, and a lot of that, particularly vegetable seed, carrot seed, things like that, isn't just exported to mainland Australia, but it typically goes to Europe for processing and sale worldwide. And Tasmania is definitely getting a reputation for being a fantastic place that produces high quality seed. I think the key with all irrigated cropping in the region, though, is to have a whole range of crops that can be grown on rotation. There's obviously going to be high value crops like potatoes, however, which are grown largely for processing in Tasmania. However, they're typically only grown on an 8-year rotation. So, being able to have other options like poppies, carrot seed, grass seed, hemp, they're all incredibly important mixes in a producer's ability to actually sustainably manage their land and not put it under significant pressure. But I mean, the more rotation options that exist as well allow producers to be able to make choices around producing produce that can actually have a higher financial return for them each year.
I'll just go to the point that you made in relation to R&D, and I think at the moment hemp is managed through AgriFutures. How do you see that that could be enhanced. I think AgriFutures largely fund the R&D in that space, and given it such, at this stage, a small volume crop, how do we attract more resources into the R&D, which will obviously be one of the things that helps to drive the growth of the sector?
I think with AgriFutures, unlike some of the other R&D organisations, they're obviously targeting, the biggest bang for buck around emerging crops. I think with all of those R&D organisations as well, they have a significant focus on funding R&D that's going to be nationally significant, and that's often where we hear Tasmanian producers miss out. So, for example, if I was to use, the Horticulture Hort Innovation Fund, for example, Tasmanian producers will pay levies into that fund. The fund will then determine where R&D can be invested to benefit all of Australia. However, when a lot of Tasmanian producers are growing, vegetables for the processing sector, which is quite specific to Tasmania, Hort Innovations may then make the decision not to invest funds within the state and into that sector because it's really only going to benefit that small sector within Tasmania, not the broader economy. So I guess the challenge, I think, with AgriFuture and each state having a slightly different approach when it comes to a crop like hemp would be, how do they invest funds nationwide that are going to actually develop benefit for producers around Australia when, I guess, the regulatory settings, are, somewhat different between states.
Can I add?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Smith.
So with AgriFutures, they're pretty much focused on the production side of things. The hemp industry needs general investment right across both production, processing and marketing, or at least assistance. So it's the requirement for the industry goes well beyond AgriFutures' gambit.
Okay, so in that sense, all R&D corporations basically focus their R&D behind farm gate.
Yep.
Industry then is required to deal with downstream if there is a downstream element. So in terms of the manufacturing side of things, it would need engagement or investment through perhaps the industry department or some of the programs that they might run to provide the information growth capacity that is needed from the industry from that perspective.
Yep, that's correct.
I think, taking a bigger picture view as well, the federal government's spoken quite a bit around, a future made in Australia strategy and, building materials that, can be sourced locally and with a lower carbon footprint. It's potentially quite nice relationship, I suppose, around developing, more a fibre market for building products that can be sourced locally. Tasmania is quite unique in terms of its forestry industry, but it's quite alarming to see, the lack of timber, for example, sourced, from the mainland states, and as a result we import, far more than we probably should, given the sustainable nature of forestry if it's managed well. But I think, the hemp industry provides, an opportunity there for government investment into manufacturing so that those products are available and are maybe incentivised to be used, as we try and solve housing crises and all those sorts of associated things.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, certainly some fascinating hemp laminates I've seen from overseas that look really interesting in regards to construction materials as well as hempcrete, which we learned about yesterday. I suppose I'd just broader questions. Has Taz Farmers engaged in any process with DAF in terms of your recommendations, for example, that hemp be managed by DAF as an agricultural crop? Given your role as kind of an industry body, I just was interested if there'd been any level of discussion at all with the federal government around the recommendations.
We've mentioned it in meetings, but I mean in terms of priorities, larger burning issues at the moment. Most of our discussions at a federal level will go through organisations like the NFF.
Yeah.
It will typically be only Tassie-specific areas of concern that the NFF wouldn't have coverage over that, would probably raise directly, whereas I think the opportunity of hemp is probably, it probably does fit under a national banner at the moment, like the NFF.
Okay. I think one of the questions that the committee is going to grapple with is what would be a reasonable and sustainable model for growth for a small industry, considering the chicken and egg thing about investing in demand for hemp manufacturing and a whole range of products. Do you have a view on that?
I think what we've seen with other sectors is, a small amount of seed funding to have an industry development plan is normally the first step. It's something that government and industry can then stand behind to actually work together with producers around.
So there isn't one for hemp at the moment?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So I've been asking questions, as you know, estimates for a long time about this. I figured that was one thing that AgriFutures was doing, but that's not the case.
No, AgriFutures did establish a strategic plan for the industry, but at that production level.
Around investing in cultivars and those kind of things.
There was, and I was fairly heavily involved in that, but there were certain areas that they could see that there needed to be work, but it wasn't within their portfolio.
So who do you think should do an industry development plan? Do you think it should be DAF, like at a national level or at a state level?
Or, sponsored through, a larger organisation that covers states like the NFF, but it probably needs to have the manufacturing buy-in as well. Like, you need to be able to, have supply and demand working hand in glove to actually, create a solution that, solves a government problem as well.
Okay. Obviously, it's a very, very young industry in the sense that it's been over-regulated for a long time. Well, not over-regulated, it's been pretty much banned, as Senator Colbeck said, 2017 was when it was kind of made legal with pretty strict conditions. How was the Tas farming industry, as a general rule, how's the stigma on hemp growing? Do you fund field days? I know the Australian Hemp Association and Tas Hemp Association and others do this kind of thing, but industry bodies involved in kind of educating farmers on the potential for hemp and destigmatising it?
I mean, the state organisation does, a lot of significant work around education and even bringing school-age children in to understand what it is as a crop and why not to fear it, I suppose, which, I think the stigma, has probably done more damage than anything else historically. I think what our committees have done is probably highlight that it has a lot of future potential, both fibre and as a foodstuff. So, what we're more interested in is, I suppose, that it, has an image revolution in some regards and can be managed as just another crop that, producers may or may not choose to grow based on, market opportunity.
Just look, last question. I do have lots of other questions. I know other senators do too. Where's the investment coming from as a general rule? Like, obviously in other industries we see big players move into markets and consolidate and invest. I'd be interested in that as to whether Tasmania offers any competitive advantages in terms of growing hemp.
Not entirely sure. There'd be someone else in this room that could answer that question better. But the investment in the industry, like, there has been significant investment, but a lot of it's sort of hasn't sort of come to fruition of what the expectations have been, and that's right across Australia. That's one of the leg ups that the industry needs, is to have the significant investment to be able to get the industry to a point where it can be self-sustaining.
You mentioned, Mr. Schmidt, in your submission, prejudicial treatments by authorities, particularly during application processes to FSANZ. Can you explain what you mean by that and how that might be a barrier to investment in the industry?
Yeah, well, I was in that's a historical reference, but the understanding that I had was that the application went to FSANZ so many times until they just couldn't say no, because the outcome was the same. It should be legalised.
Yeah. And how does the Office of Drug Control, for example, what impact does that have on investment and increasing capacity and?
Yeah, there's a producer in Tasmania that made the comment the other day that $3 million in 5 years, and they're just starting to break even. And then I'm talking about medicinal side, not the industrial hemp, but that's the kind of barriers that there are to even the extraction industry as far as medicinal marijuana goes. So the Office of Drug Control, just as an example, a Western Australian organisation wanted to ship fibre, processed fibre to, I think it was India, and there was a massive hold-up because the Office of Drug Control required paperwork to say that it didn't have any THC in it, which is just ridiculous.
And that was just the fibre component after the herd?
Yeah, absolutely no chance of any contamination.
Right, and is this holding back investment, this kind of?
Well, it just adds a layer of risk perception to anyone who's investing in the industry.
Thank you.
Senator Dluga.
Thanks very much. And just wanted to follow up from your submission there, Mr. Coleman. You gave us some really useful numbers on the hemp industry. You've $12 million invested over the last 7 years, which has resulted in around $1.7 million in farm gate revenue in the last season. And you're projecting that could grow to $9 million annually within the next few years. Can you walk the committee through what the industry actually looks like right now, how many growers, what they're growing, and where in Tasmania it's all happening?
Tim can probably touch on this, but I mean, where it's happening, is, in those irrigated areas. So, we're talking, through the Midlands, up through the meander schemes, into the northwest to a degree, but probably less so. And I guess, the driver for that is really, like I say, around the rotational cropping opportunity, giving land a chance to recover using nutrients that, may be residual after growing, other crops like peas or potatoes, different things like that. I think the other opportunity within Tasmania is that there is always an element, particularly if it's a niche market, which I know Tim can talk a lot about with foodstuffs into international markets, whereby the Tasmanian brand associated with the commodity, it provides an additional selling point in those markets. And I think, that's in Tassie where, you do chase, or you're always challenged by, the cost of freight, using those little wins that you can get associated with our brand and location are always, significantly important.
And you, in your submission, you believe that the hemp industry could make a huge contribution to Tasmania's goal of a target of $10 billion agriculture sector by 2050?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fantastic, objective that I think the state government has been supporting. We're seeing a lot of growth through, irrigation schemes, driving that, and there's almost a direct correlation between, water being available for irrigation, often after it's being used to, generate renewable energy through our hydro schemes. I think that secondary use and making it available on farms, it's just transforming a lot of regional communities. So I spoke a little bit before around the fact that, if we were to spend, $1 million getting water to a farm gate, there may then be another $1 million actually spent on farm on infrastructure. And in regions where those schemes have rolled out, you often see families moving to the region because there are jobs there, because they're growing, high value crops in those regions. It might mean that the school stays open or that there's an extra 2 shops that open within the town. I think hemp just, it's another option for producers in those regions as, we become more and more irrigated.
And based on some of the things we've seen yesterday and the stories that we heard, like it's a really emerging option, but also it's going back in throughout history, it's been used for a lot of different purposes. So I mean, there's so much potential from what I see. And just in relation to finally, Chair, projected growth to $9 million in revenue is conditional on favourable government reform. What would be the single most important reform that would unlock growth? If you could only get one thing out of the inquiry, what would it be?
Legislated definition of hemp and removed from the poison schedule, because that gives the state the chance to change the legislation so that you can gather that extra revenue stream off the plant.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Tyrrell.
Thanks, Chair. We do grow nearly 50% of the hemp in Australia, is that right?
It varies, but...
Yeah, give or take. And because of the forestry industry being on the decline, the opportunities that are there to open up for jobs, growth and money within the state, would Tasmania be a great place to set up a pilot program for like hempcrete, like we saw yesterday with X-Hemp, or propagation elements for like berry farming, which we talked about yesterday as well? Would you recommend the federal government to push money towards that as an investment opportunity for this industry and for the hemp in general?
I think once you've set up a fibre hub that's productive and sustainable and profitable, then that model can be replicated right across Australia. So getting it getting proof of practice established is part of the key, I think.
Because the fibre is so coarse too, we went yesterday, is there somewhere that would be able to accommodate the processing of the fibre for further use? Because like it's hard once it dries out.
There's still plenty to learn on how to best manage the fibre and get it in a form that it's easiest to process.
Are the grant programs that are currently in place helping this industry, or are they hindering it?
The what, sorry?
The grant programs that are available for funding, etc., for R&D and future growth?
I believe that there are, you've got to scratch around a fair bit to find them, but I think that there are programs there, but I don't have a detailed knowledge of them.
I was going to say, because sometimes you're good at growing it, but not necessarily scrounging for money for it, yeah? Okay. Is there a way that the hemp industry could be more profitable and put more money back into farmers' pockets to encourage them to take a dance at this as a crop? Especially since it's great for rotational. Because it really stops at Deloraine-ish, doesn't it, where it's grown and back?
Well, just in answer to Senator Gallagher's question, the centre of the hemp industry is pretty much around Cressy. In the early days there was quite a bit of area grown up in the northwest in small holdings, but as the industry became more established, it was more efficient to, 20 hectares was the limit. They wouldn't contract for less than 20 hectares. So,
but the soil up that way is not as good for it as...
No, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right.
But it's just a process to try and still learn the most effective way to, or the profitable way to process it and utilise it here in Tassie.
Because we've heard that harvesters have blown up mid-paddock trying to harvest it.
Yeah. There was, you just don't put a twin rotary into a paddock.
Yeah.
But look, I've got a contractor, Josh Langmaid, and he harvests ours every year, and not a problem.
But it's getting to know who's good with the product, who understands the product, which probably isn't funded through grants programs or R&D. That's all like throw it at the wall, see what sticks and find who's good and who's not.
There's certainly individuals that jump into the industry without doing too much homework and come unstuck, but that's happening less and less these days. There's a really good dearth of industry experience here in Tasmania, way more so than on the mainland.
So how do we get more people doing it? Top two.
What's that?
How can we attract people towards it? Top two things that we could do.
Well, like I say, you know, the legislated definition, because what we need is other revenue streams off the plant that currently aren't available but could help build the profitability of the plant.
Sweet, thank you.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you. Has the CSIRO done any research for you guys into hemp?
Oh yeah, look, I mean, it's really good the CSIRO sort of pushing the full cam thing, that's great. For many years they had a fibre processing testing facility at the CSIRO, and they sold it only, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. So now, no.
Do they do any work with medicinal marijuana?
No, I don't know. That's, yeah.
And is there a risk if those two things were researched or had R&D done together? Is that something that you, as a hemp association or hemp growers, are trying to keep away? Like, that's not us, we're different?
Oh, you'd have to ask the Hemp Association that. But I will point out that there is a lot of research being conducted in universities. There's Deakin University, Melbourne University, La Trobe, and others that can see some future in doing research. So there's work going on all the time.
Okay. On hemp or?
Mostly hemp fibre.
Yep.
Yeah, but there's also some scientists want to continue to do research into the proteins and omegas in the food, and in particular the fibre as well. When I say fibre, I mean the husk, not the bast. And there's been recent research to show that there's significant advantages, health advantages for livestock, well, I should say horses and dogs, that benefit from both the husk and the hemp seed oil in their diet.
So I believe you can also get the cellulose out of the hemp, and I think it's a component in explosives or the firing mechanism of our explosives for the military, and we don't produce that component in Australia. I would have thought that would be as part of our sovereign capability, something that they'd be exploring as well.
Yeah, look, I'm not familiar with that component, but I can tell you that the Chinese military have hemp fibre in their uniforms because it helps with injuries to reduce infection because of the nature of the fibre. Just, yeah.
1,001
They're
years.
the biggest producers of fibre in the world, China.
Yep. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just another final question for me, which would assist, I think, the inquiry going forward. You've indicated about 50% of production nationally currently here in Australia. Where would be the key growing regions? I mean, when I visited the national conference in Melbourne last year, I think it was, clearly that was at La Trobe University, I think, a lot of work being done in that university with respect to different cultivars. But where would, and you talk about the concept of a fibre hub, where would you see those being best located around the country?
Oh, well, there's the advantage here of utilising the secondary material with processing, but a pure fibre hub, I think an ideal location would be somewhere like Narrabri in Western New South Wales because it can piggyback off the cotton industry logistics and farming production systems and create a rotational advantage. And the idea of it is to replicate what they do in Europe in that location and show that it can be profitable and have domestic supply of like cheaper domestic supply of herd instead of importing it, and then that model can be replicated elsewhere.
Okay. And so, as far as growing's concerned, key locations apart from Tassie?
Well, the beauty of the hemp plant and the different varieties is that there's virtually anywhere in Australia you can grow it. You've got to know what you're doing, and you've got to know the nature of the plant, the variety that you're using. But we've got hemp growing up at Cairns, all the way down the eastern seaboard, southern Western Australia. There's a strong hemp seed for food business in South Australia. You pick a place, and as long as there's a bit of water.
Just add water.
Yeah.
Heard that before. All right. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate very much your evidence. If there's anything that you've taken on notice, I ask you to have that back to us by Friday, the 27th of March. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Crow online?
Yeah, I'm here.
You are. Okay, I now welcome Mr. Tim Crow representing Hemp Harvests. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name's Tim Crow, and I come here to represent Hemp Harvests CEO.
Thank you. If Mr. Crow, if you'd like to make an opening statement for the committee, and following that we'll go to questions.
Sure. I guess, look, I've been involved in the hemp industry for the best part of 10 years now, and sort of have seen it kind of grow from a cottage industry to sort of where it is today, which is it's still in a lot of senses it is a cottage industry, but I think the signs is pretty clear that it's going to be a pretty significant commercial player in sort of ag food in Australia going forward, and just globally going forward as well. I was fortunate enough to receive a Churchill Fellowship in 2019, and I was able to sort of travel the world to study the hemp industry globally. And it's very clear that although Australia lacks some elements of the hemp supply chain that we have overseas, we are sort of really leading in a lot of key areas in hemp production, and I think it sort of allows us to have a real opportunity to make this a great economic opportunity for both farmers, but also producers and manufacturers in Australia. So I guess, I'm sure, you guys have heard all the good things about hemp and the sustainable elements, so I probably won't touch on that as much, but basically just where I sit in food is, we are seeing this massive growth in wellness. I think, it was always a large industry, but just post-COVID, I think wellness has become this major industry. And, you're looking at, nearly a $9 trillion industry by 2028 globally. And hemp is, and this is sort of, this is with consumers sort of shifting towards, more nutrient-dense, climate-positive products. And I think hemp just stands uniquely positioned to capitalize on these trends in wellness and sustainability. And I think that's sort of where, that's where the opportunity lies for hemp, at least in my world, is that, hemp seeds are incredibly high source of high quality protein, super like very highly digestible, full of a bunch of different nutrients and micronutrients that our bodies need to function properly. And so it's really just a really well-rounded nutrition source that will be that outcompetes any other sort of, if there's any type of food to give the superfood status to, hemp should really be, definitely can claim that title. You can basically live off hemp just given the nutrition profile with the fat source, the protein source, and the micronutrients that it has as well. So yeah, I think Australia just has a really great opportunity to, have a big market in this industry. And I think just if you look at the size of this, I'll look at hemp food in similar aspect to like the soy industry. And I think there's an opportunity there for hemp to replace soy in a lot of aspects, which is, most people know the damages that are caused by the soy, the production of soy. And so, if, for example, if hemp was able to take over 10% of soy production globally, in 20 years it would sequester the equivalent carbon, which is about 4.8 gigatons of carbon, which is the equivalent to removing 200 million petrol cars from the road each year for 20 years. So huge opportunity in an impact sense, but also huge opportunity for human health, both in human health and then also planetary health as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Crowe, and thank you for hosting the committee yesterday. Your team for hosting the committee at your plant here in Tasmania. It was great to have a look at it, see the products that you're producing and developing. So the committee really appreciates you facilitating that for us yesterday. Can I ask, in respect of the regulatory frameworks that you need to manage, and it's been mentioned by a couple of witnesses so far this morning, how you see the current regulatory frameworks that you have to manage and deal with, their modification assisting with the development of the sector?
I'll say that there's a few, but I think in food we are quite fortunate in that we aren't really withheld by too many regulations. We are pretty much free to operate, except for the fact that there is that sort of the stickiness of the farmer having to get a license. So, like any other, it just provides one more step as a prevention for a farmer to actually want to grow hemp, is to get a license. So I think in the regulatory framework, that's probably the main thing that's sort of restricting us. Otherwise, because of the Shazam legislation change in 2017, we've been able to operate this as a food product once it's been processed. So outside of importing planting seed and actually having farmers grow for us, that we sort of sit in quite a good spot in regards to regulations, and we aren't limited in too much of a sense. I would say the regulation outside of food, which benefits food, is the ability for whole plant use. So that would be the core piece of legislation, and all the regulation is currently holding us back because we aren't able to utilise the whole of plant. It means that we have to basically fund the entire production cost per hectare for the farmer, and the seeds are only, say, 20% of the overall farm mass that's produced per hectare, and so there's a lot of other value that you can draw from the plant that we sort of want regulatory change around to enable us to do extracts and things like that to basically reduce the overall cost per hectare for our material.
So removing the restrictions for other use types from the plant as well would reduce your input costs and spread the production cost across a range of different utilisations, and therefore reducing the cost for everyone.
That's right, yeah. And so that's both for extract, but then even for fibre. Once fibre is processed at the moment, that's fine to sell. But it would also, if farmers could just sell the mulch or the stalk as a mulch as is, then it would just mean there's basically a low-hanging fruit and an immediate market size that we could sort of supply into, and that would again reduce our cost base per hectare.
So what's driving that restrictive process? It is a lack of understanding of the attributes of the various elements of the plant?
Yeah, it's definitely that. I would say it's the stigma that's just attached to hemp. I think if we were producing any other crop, if this crop was called something else, like if they decided that industrial hemp was actually going to be called something else, then we wouldn't have these restrictions. It's just purely because of the stigma that's attached to it and the fear of, say for example with the mulch, they're worried that a hemp crop was going to grow in someone's backyard if there's one or two seeds in there. But if you were using like a pea crop, if you were using pea mulch, and there was, some peas that sprung up in your backyard, there'd be no fear whatsoever. So it's literally just the stigma that's attached to hemp, unfortunately, which is sort of holding it back.
Okay. Could you give us some information with respect to your engagement with social media platforms?
Sure. Yeah. So we are, I would say our biggest barrier at the moment is our ability to advertise online. So we've had countless problems with Meta and Google and actually all the social platforms because we aren't actually able to advertise the word hemp in any of our posts, any of our content, any of our ads. And so in order for us to advertise, we have to basically jump through a bunch of hoops and find these little loopholes in order for us to advertise, and that doesn't always work, which means that we have been shadow banned multiple times to the point where you actually had to type our entire name into social media search bars until it actually showed up in the search. We've had multiple ad accounts be blocked by Meta, and we've had customers that wouldn't take our products, like big supplement companies that have 150 different products they sell on their website. They didn't want to use hemp as a product on their website because they said they'd sold it before, and the algorithm from Google basically shut off their entire ad account because it thought that they were selling our product on their website.
And yet you sell your product into Woolworths, which I understand, or as I understand it, which indicates a level of acceptance that's growing for your product?
Exactly, yeah. And there's, you can buy it in all through Woolworths, all through Coles, health food stores, independents, they all sell it, so there's no issues with that. There's food standards that we have to adhere to in order to ensure that there's no psychoactive components in the food that we're selling. So you're talking less than 5 parts per million of both THC and CBD in the product. And the other thing as well is that in other markets, so I think United States, Canada, and Mexico, at least from the ones that I know of, I think there's some in Europe as well. There's actually a carve out on Facebook and I think Google as well to allow hemp producers to and hemp advertisers to advertise, whereas in Australia we don't have. For some reason, we don't have that. So everything that comes up as hemp gets blocked basically by the advertisement, whereas in the US they actually have a pathway for hemp companies to apply for basically exemption. So then the algorithm doesn't apply to their business advertising, so then it doesn't get automatically blocked by the algorithm.
We might see how this committee goes with some advertising of its inquiry on social media and see how we get on. Throw to you, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you. On the same subject, Mr. Crowe, what measures have you taken to try and rectify this?
So we've applied. Whenever we get banned, we try to apply for a review, and every time the review, and we sort of give our give our evidence. Say it's a food product. It's legal under food standards Australia and New Zealand. We say all these things, and it basically comes back in 30 minutes or so, like, oh, sorry, the review has been completed and the decision stands. So I've tried to reach out to policymakers at like ad policy at Facebook, but obviously huge company, almost impossible to get in touch with anyone there unless you know someone on the inside. And I think they probably see us as such a small issue or opportunity where they probably just don't really worry about it. There's probably a bunch of other larger issues in their sort of policy that they're concerned about. So from our side, it's either, I think the industry needs assistance from government to at least get a meeting or get some kind of influence on, changing these policies within these large companies. And it shouldn't be too difficult because they've clearly already got a framework for doing so in these other jurisdictions. So it shouldn't be much trouble for them to actually change it to support the industry in Australia as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I mean, obviously the online platforms are required under their code of conduct, which I think is regulated by ACMA, Australian Community Media Authority, to reduce harms, online harms. So they've probably got this kind of baked into the codes they write and this kind of thing. You could consider, Mr. Crow, writing a complaint to ACMA and outline your case, because they do actually then go through a formal process of dealing with complaints, and that's maybe something we can consider helping you with. I just wanted to ask in relation to restrictions on animal feed. What are the comparable regulations in other nations? And I have asked questions to the APVMA about this exact issue over the years. My understanding was that they were reviewing this decision around, for example, hemp products into animal feed. Could you give us an update on that and what's happening overseas?
Yeah, so I think it's funny, most jurisdictions are actually having a similar fight with, whether it's the FDA or the relevant bodies in Canada. They are having a similar fight at the moment with using it as animal feed. And so in the US, they've done some research and they're allowing it in laying hens. So I think it's up to 20% content of hemp seed meal into their feed. But most places around the world restrict it for whatever reason. I think I guess I understand it in some senses if you consider the sort of fear and stigma that's sort of attached to the plan. But yeah, I guess in Australia we were behind the APL, but just with recent changes with the APVMA in allowing us to sell at least the hulls and the dried matter into the livestock market, that's sort of opened it up a lot more for the Australian industry. And I would say we are actually edging ahead of, I guess, the US and Canada at least. But there's still a lot of work to be done. We're still not allowed to supply hemp seed oil to animals. There's not really any reason for that. There's no real reason for that. Again, I think it just comes back to the stigma that's attached to it. We had meetings with the APVMA and, they thought that we were supplying medical cannabis products into animals. And it was just hemp seed oil or hemp seed meal byproducts from our food production. So, yeah, I think it is opening up a little bit more now. I think there was some common sense that came through over the last 12 months in the APVMA's case on dry goods, but it still restricts from using oil, and there's still restrictions, I believe, in the use for edible animals. So its only use is for companion animals at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Crow. The APVMA won't be very happy with me because I fed Mr. Schmidt's hemp hearts to my 19-year-old dog for some time, who couldn't get enough of them. So, yeah, we'll keep working on that. Just last question is around, I suppose, your comments around transition from logging to hemp cultivation or increasing more investment in timber substitutes. Can you tell us a bit more about what would be necessary to support that move? And I'm particularly interested in if you've got any updates for us also on offsets carbon offsets, what work's being done around offsets for hemp?
Okay, sure. So I guess on the first point, I was talking about what needs to be done on to transition out of forestry. Is that what I missed the start of the question? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. So I think, look, there's a lot of work being done in that space. There's actually someone in Australia that has developed a particle board product at scale with one of the largest producers in the country, and they are able to utilise the entire stalk. So it means that it reduces the need for additional infrastructure that would require capital, but it can actually sort of move towards finding an alternative for timber industry. I think there's a lot of opportunity in that space for major industry. I think hemp has the cellulose content in hemp is on par with what's required for panels and other sort of chipboards and things like that, which is ideal. And then also another benefit of hemp is that when it comes off the farm, it's sort of sits around 8% moisture, the fibre, which is comparison to wood and wood chips that are about 100% moisture when they go into the major timber mills, and that means that the amount of energy to dry that down is significant, and obviously that's a problem both on a environmental side, but also an economic side for the company with the cost of energy going up so much. So the beauty of hemp is that there are these large timber mills in the country that are actually struggling. Some of them are struggling with cost of power, and I believe that hemp has already been proven to be able to use these large timber mills to create particle board as a direct replacement.
Mr. Smith, can I just interject just there for a minute? I don't know. Are you on speaker or talking directly into or your mobile phone? It's very, very difficult to hear you here. So if there's a way that you could speak directly into your phone, if you are on operating on speaker, it would assist the committee a lot, because it's very difficult to make out what you're saying to us.
Okay, so is that better now? I've just had headphones on.
Way better, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I can repeat that if you want, just briefly. But basically, there's timber mills in the country now that have already done commercial trials on the use of hemp stalk in particle board production and at scale, and it works and it's effective. And so one of the benefits of that is that hemp stalk is about 8% moisture coming off the field. So to dry it down to particle boards, much less than what's required for timber, because timber is about 100%. So like incredible intensive use of energy to dry down the timber to make particle board, which comes at a cost to the environment, but also a cost to the bottom line of those larger companies. So there's an incentive just there from companies to use hemp. And then obviously the ability to not have to wait 20 years or however long it is to wait for a forest to be grown, to get that same cellulose material that you'd be using in these chipboards, you could just grow, in a matter of months with hemp. So yeah, if you're talking supply chain management, it just makes a lot more sense to be able to utilise hemp, and the fact that we can run it through these larger mills, again, is a huge win for the industry and the environment as well.
Thank you.
Senator DeLuca.
Thanks very much. Good morning, Mr. Crowe. Just wanting to draw on your experience overseas. It'd be really interesting to hear from your perspective, what are 2 or 3 things that have stood out to you about how other countries are approaching hemp industries, and where does Australia sit by comparison?
I think so. A lot of the industries, so let's through Europe, they've actually been established. There's been established hemp industries for the best part of 50 years. So they've been supplying fibres. They never really stopped producing fibres. There was only a short period of time where they did that. And now that they have established supply chains and markets for those fibres that goes into, for example, in Europe, goes into car door panels, into Mercedes and BMW cars. They all utilise hemp fibres in their car door panels. And the hurd, which is the byproduct of the fibre production, that's used, hempcrete through building materials. They use it in animal bedding. Is a large market over there for that as well. And so a lot of it is basically just market driven. I think they have support from the government because in a lot of ways the government just got out of the way, which is pretty common in most industries that do really well. I believe less government intervention the better in a lot of cases. And I think that's probably what happened over there, is that they just didn't have the restrictions, and so they were able just to operate. The US, obviously very similar to us, they've been very restrictive, probably because they are the key reason why the global prohibition of cannabis and hemp took place. And so they've sort of been behind the eight ball in a lot of senses, but there is a lot more support by governments over there now in the way of sort of grant programs, in the way of providing subsidies for farmers as well, and sort of opening up the insurance policies for hemp as a commodity for farmers too, which opens up more and more farmer groups to want to grow hemp. And I guess the US just has a much freer supply of capital. I think banks are more willing to lend to startup businesses, which in Australia, unless you're in property, you're probably not going to get a loan from the bank. And then there's also a lot of funding from sort of private groups as well. But yeah, there's also government projects happening in the US that are taking on defence projects that are taking on hempcrete for large defence build-outs of defence facilities over there. And Canada, the Canadian government has been very supportive in developing and supporting the development of genetic programs, supporting university programs that are focused on value adding and working on the infrastructure that's required to produce hemp, the various hemp commodities.
And just thanks for that. That was really insightful. And what do you see? Which export markets do you see as the most realistic near-term opportunities for Australian hemp seed food products?
I'd say Southeast Asia, just in general. I think, say Indonesia's a huge economy. You might go to Indonesia and not think that anyone wants to be buying, the niche high-cost food products, but obviously there's a large subset, or there's a subset of the population that are high net worth, and they're all starting to eat more premium health foods and sort of, more westernized diets as well, where this leads in well. I think Thailand, but just anywhere in Southeast Asia, I think that's a good market for Australia, where we already have a strong brand, and where freight doesn't really have as much of an impact on cost. We supply into New Zealand already. We are having conversations into the US as well. So I think the main thing for us is to be able to produce because if one of the things that benefits hemp, one of the benefits of hemp is also, a competitive issue in Australia as well, in that it can grow anywhere. And so we need to be able to produce it at the highest quality, but then at the lowest cost as well. And so, when we have these issues where we can't, utilize the entire crop, for example, then it means that our cost price of raw materials coming into our, say, processing facility is much higher than what it is in the likes of, say, the US and Canada. So then if they're also competing for these, larger multinational contracts into Southeast Asia and the likes, then it makes things challenging. But there's still the Australian brand that we get value from to supply those markets.
Thanks very much, Mr. Crowe. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Crowe, With respect to the R&D development, particularly in the food processing sector, which is where you are, where's the source of tech to support that coming from, and the funding flows that come from that too? I mean, you've obviously done some of your own work and developed equipment for your own needs. Where is the key sources of technology and R&D coming from?
It's mostly from private funding, I'd say. Like there is obviously a little bit of R&D that comes from agri-futures in regards to the variety development and testing varieties across the country, but a lot of it actually is just coming from operators in the space. We as a company, Hemp Harvest, we try to trial as many different varieties as we can find, and we want to continue to sort of develop more varieties as well as we find new varieties across the world that we can use in Australia. But R&D wise, I think there's obviously the R&D tax rebate has been incredibly important for a lot of people in the industry. We've been able to leverage that really effectively as well for our business. There's funding available. I think the hemp industry sits within, say the National Reconstruction Fund, for example. Like the 7 priority areas that they talk about is basically resources, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries, medical science, which hemp plays into, renewables and low emission technologies. Hemp plays into that as well. So I feel like hemp is sort of at the nexus of all the things that the government really wants to support. And so I believe that, the funding is available for the right projects for commercial opportunities. But I think what funding we do need from government is for things that may not have a commercial outcome, at least yet. So, talking about sort of foundational type research on, the different components of the hemp plant, the different components, of the seeds and the medical components and the stalk as well. I feel like that kind of work will probably need support because a lot of those grant programs for research are sort of based on how far you are along your commercial pathway to actually selling product, where I think we need some more stuff more funding for the foundational kind of work.
So in the context of some of those larger funds that go to industry development, are there any issues with respect to capacity just to engage with or make application? Is it a process that works for the hemp industry?
As in applying for these larger grant programs?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have had no challenge. Like we've been very well supported by, like, I think that we can always use more support, obviously, but like our business has been very well supported by, government in regards to sort of research and development. For example, we didn't actually go ahead with it, but the CSIRO, we had some projects that we were going to do with them, and they've got co-contribution grants to research for different projects that you do. So the opportunity is there. I think that I guess the challenge is the awareness of those funding mechanisms for Australian hemp producers. I think that's probably one of the things that's maybe lacking.
Okay. What about access to development funding?
Yeah, I think we do need that. I think there's yeah, I think the industry is young and there's not a heap of, so the ability to to do levies on growers is difficult because one, we can only pay the farmers so much, and so that I think the margins are what they are, and so then piling on a levy to a farmer on top of trying to convince them to grow a crop that's more difficult than the other crops they usually grow. Makes it difficult. So as an industry body, it makes it difficult for funding. So I would say, yeah, industry bodies definitely need support in order to, fund the right people in the right roles to help drive the wider industry forward and be able to have those conversations with government, have those conversations with the local communities, having education days, and try to promote the plant. I think because I think the core mission that we have to do as an industry is clearly education. Most people don't know what hemp is. Most people think you still get high from it. Most people think if you eat it you could you'll be positive on a drug test. So anything that can any funding that can support a wider industry to educate the public and educate policymakers and educate, just consumers in general, I guess, is super critical for the growth of the industry going forward.
So we heard earlier that the work that AgriFutures is doing largely manages the R&D effort inside or behind the farm gate. Yep. And the need for an industry development plan for the rest of the downstream work or elements of the industry. So you would see a real value in a process that facilitated the development of a hemp industry plan, if you like, that took up the rest of that piece of work from what AgriFutures are doing behind Farmgate to further down the supply chain for the various elements of the utilisation of the plant, the full plant.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's important. I think there's going to be obviously probably conflicting views in some senses of what should get funding and how they should fund this. Who should fund and how it should be funded. But I think just from the AgriFutures thing, I think the work they've been doing is important, but I think there's a lot of potential value that's lost or could have been generated if they had a bit more consultation with the rest of the industry on what to do. I just think, for example, the variety trials, a lot of that data, was probably already known by a lot of people in the industry that have kind of conducted those trials, and so on those varieties. So, nothing's perfect, obviously, but a consistent framework developed by the industry of what we want to be funded. It's definitely something that I would, I'd support.
So a process that also facilitated better coordination across the industry. There's some evidence that I think crops up from witnesses later in the day, or submissions that we'll look at later in the day, that talk about the number of industry bodies, for example, that have differing views of the world, if we can put it that way. So a process that facilitates a more holistic and coordinated approach, which would mitigate the things that you talked about in respect of R&D projects into things that are probably already understood, and better expenditure of resource.
I think so, and I think in my mind, I would talk to the operators, people in the industry. I think people who actually are hiring people, actually have employees, actually are driving growth, driving revenue, and actually building the industry. Not people that are sort of talking about it and sitting at the top layer. I think if you can actually talk to operators in the industry and ask what do you need, rather than talking to people that might not actually have any business or company in the space, and they're just advocates of the industry. We love those people and appreciate those people, but sometimes they don't really know what's required in order to drive the industry forward. So talking to operators is probably the thing that I would suggest as being the most critical thing, because the operators know where the bottlenecks are, the operators know how to fix those bottlenecks, but sometimes they just don't have the funding or the capacity to do that.
In terms of demand for your product that you're selling now, how is that demand developing?
It's growing really well. So the total market value in Australia is between 10 and 15 million at retail, and so Woolworths is probably the only. Woolworths has the best data out of any company in the space, and they've had product in market for since 2017. They've had product, or 2018 they had product on shelf. So they have seen a 20% year-on-year growth across the hemp category, and it's one of the highest performing products in health in Woolworths. So yeah, 20% year-on-year growth is pretty incredible. The global industry is sort of thought to be growing at about 13%, compounding annual growth, but to actually see real data from one of the largest retailers in the country, to see that it's growing at 20% year on year is super positive to see, and it's starting to, I guess, cut through the noise, and people are starting to understand what hemp is and why they should be kind of considering it as a staple in their diet.
How does that reflect with respect to your capacity to supply and then the relationship back to growers?
It benefits us in a lot of ways. It allows us to contract more growers. It allows us to give growers the surety that we are able to fulfil our side of our contracts that we've agreed upon. Because having big names like Woolworths and Coles and other large multinationals as well just gives the industry the credibility for farmers who a lot of the time get the short end of the stick when it comes to businesses failing and them not getting paid. So I'd say it gives confidence, but then also gives us the ability to sort of contract it at scale as well.
And would strengthen your business too, I would have thought.
Yeah, definitely.
So those growth rates at 20% here in Australia and 13% nationally would indicate that this would be a pretty strong acceptance of the product in the market?
I think so, yeah. I think it's still a small, it's coming from a small base, admittedly, compared to sort of other large sort of health food products. But, having that kind of growth and consistently doing that over the last few years as well, it's just sort of, proof that, the funding that's come from government into the space that's been directed to education and promoting the industry is starting to work. And so, I guess it just sort of proves the point that, we can, if it continues going forward, there's a really good opportunity here for hemp to become, a great rotational crop and cash crop for farmers, and also a good opportunity for, producers and manufacturers going forward.
There's been some discussion around the pricing of product coming into the country versus the cost of production here. Mm-hmm. Is one of the drivers of that differential the fact that other jurisdictions have a regulatory framework that allows for a more or a fuller utilisation of all of the elements of the plant?
Yeah, definitely. That's a big part of it, for sure. But that's a big part of it. I think also just the scale of the farmers in those regions as well. That's also a component of it too. But I'd say the regulatory side of it is a big component because, if you can utilise the whole crop, then, as I spoke about previously, you can bring the cost of each of those relevant commodities down significantly.
Okay, so based on what you've seen, how would and you mentioned scale with respect to cost of production, how would you see we need to look at things differently here compared to those other jurisdictions with respect to reducing our cost of production to be more competitive?
We need to, I think we need people that are value adding every component of the crop. And in order to enable that to happen, we need regulations to align with that. So, a key one is the ability to utilise the biomass, the green material, and extract that material. And the other is being able to sell the stalks as a farmer or as a producer as a garden mulch would be one just immediately that we could do. So just be able to utilise the whole crop.
So it's not necessarily completely cost of production and growing. We can do that quite efficiently, but it's the capacity to derive a revenue stream out of all of the elements of the plant that is one of the things that makes a big difference. Because in your circumstance, you're growing for the seed, but you carry the cost of the rest of the plant as a part of your business.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, that's right. And also on top of that is genetic work too. So if we can increase the yields of our genetics, then we obviously have a much more competitive position as well, because that yield is everything in farming. Because get the yields up, the farmers don't have to get paid as much to get the same return or more per hectare. If you get double the yields, for example. So again, that's where we go back to R&D investment, the assistance there to help fund that work.
Okay, thanks very much. Just on a final note, I understand you're providing or giving a speech today or did yesterday in relation to the industry?
No, it wasn't Tim.
Wasn't Tim?
It's the gentleman at the back.
Am I? I mean, I can.
No, you've done pretty well.
I think it's Cade. Cade was
Oh, it's Cade.
Yeah.
Wrong event, wrong place.
Same
One full
day, though.
day yesterday.
Yeah. Same day.
All right. I'll contact Cade separately and see what I can get out of him. All right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Crow. Too many Tims in the room this morning. Thanks for your evidence. And again, thank you for hosting us yesterday at your facility. It was really interesting to see it and to be directly exposed to the oil and to the hearts. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
If there's anything you've taken on notice, can we have it back by the 27th of March?
Sure.
I now welcome representatives from Midland Seeds Limited, Tasmania. I was. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you for the Hansard record. Would you please give us your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Simon Cabot, Research and Development Project Manager.
Dave Bell, Operations Manager.
Conrad Chung, Field Consultant.
Thank you. I invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll go to questions.
Great. I'd just like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear at today's hearing. As I just stated, I'm Simon Cabot, Research and Development Project Manager for the Midlands Group, both here and in New Zealand, and responsible for our industrial hemp and oilseed business units. And we have Dave and Conrad with me here as well. Midlands is a family-owned company based in Ashburton, New Zealand, and have operated our subsidiary Midland Seeds Tasmania since 2004. Midland Seeds Tasmania grows a variety of seed and food crops in Tasmania for both domestic consumption and export. Midlands has been heavily involved in the development of the industrial hemp industry in Tasmania and has held a licence since 2008. And we're a founding member of the Tasmanian Hemp Association, as discussed yesterday, and remained active as part of that today. Midlands represents several varieties for both grain and fibre production in the Australasian market, and these have been carefully selected through a heavy R&D program for performance in both Tasmania and New Zealand conditions. Primarily these have been sourced from both North America and Europe. Midland's submission to the inquiry focused on 5 key areas for the maximum benefits to the industrial hemp industry in Australia. We'd like to see further regulatory change and clarification to facilitate the sale of industrial hemp products as animal feeds for both production and companion animals. We'd like to see an opening of regulatory pathways for local industrial hemp-derived cannabinoids by allowing the supply of industrial hemp-derived biomass to an ODC medicinal cannabis licence holder. We'd like to see the introduction of an approved cultivar list and a requirement for the use of the certified seed program to facilitate both a lesser THC testing requirement on the industry, as well as bringing greater grower confidence into the seed that they're purchasing, and through the use of an established scheme growers already use in other aspects of their businesses. And further to that, just continuation of the R&D support that we've had through the Agri-Futures program, and potentially some further support to enable innovation and development of downstream applications, as previous submitters have already discussed. As I say, we'd like to welcome further questions into the above points and or any other areas of where our expertise may be of assistance to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your submission. Thanks for your support yesterday during our field visits. With respect to R&D, where are the key locations that work on hemp and its varietals are being done around the world?
So currently the most greatest technological advances are coming out of North America, particularly Canada, and to a lesser extent the US. Traditionally Europe led the way, particularly in the fibre space, but with the hectares available for growing the crop within North America, and particularly in the US market, a very quick change in regulatory schemes, it really drove innovation into the industry there, and we're now seeing some pretty great advancements coming out of that market.
So what are the things that are driving that R&D? You mentioned change in regulatory framework, but what are the things that are driving the R&D in the Canadian and North American market?
Definitely in Canada, government's been very supportive of the hemp industry to the point where they now annually grow 100,000 plus acres of hemp every year, and that's allowed the industry to invest in itself because it knows it's going to have somewhere to grow and sell the product. Again, that started with a well thought through regulatory scheme and some initial government grants.
So what about product development? Some downstream product?
There's some very innovative product development going on in terms of protein extraction from hemp seed, that sort of thing. Again, a lot of that's been industry driven because they had a very good base to come from of selling hemp seed product into the North American market. They have a population saturation down here we can't achieve unless we export to probably Southeast Asia.
Senator Wilson.
Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. Just a matter of interest, in your submission you talk about in 2017 when the Fazance Food Standards Code was amended, it led to an increase in grain being grown, and that caused a significant overproduction and market crash. Well, what did we learn from that? Was that just that there wasn't the demand?
I think we learned from that a change in regulation doesn't create demand from the consumer immediately. That you still have to build a market through marketing, product development. You can't just grow stuff and think people will just buy it, which is probably what happened when that regulatory change happened in 2017, and that was replicated here, and the exact same thing happened in New Zealand. As I said, they're the same regulation, so I think what we learned there is you actually still have to go about market development, and we're currently seeing an increase in the industry again, and it appears at a much more sustainable level. We're not going from 20 hectares to 1,000, we're going 100, 300, 500, and we're not sitting on a huge pile of hemp seed. We went to Tasmanian seed dressing yesterday. In 2018, they had sheds full of it. Couldn't get rid of it, sort of thing, and we're not seeing that now. So it's on a much more sustainable growth path.
Obviously, you mentioned North America in relation to Senator Colbeck's question. They've got, Canada in particular, has got like 8 to 10 years jump on its right in terms of industry development because of their changes to regulations.
Yeah.
I was interested in New Zealand. Like, how do you have similar issues over there with the hemp industry? How well established is it, and has it been taken up by New Zealand farmers?
Our regulatory scheme has previously been far more restrictive than what you have here. When we went to the government, when we had our regulatory change last year, we actually pitched a mixture of the Canadian and Tasmanian regulatory scheme, thinking we would love to have this here. So that's really caused the industry to lag behind, and we take a lot of the administrative burden off the growers in the New Zealand context by doing their licensing ourselves at our cost. Okay. So that hasn't been it's definitely a bigger industry in Australia than in New Zealand because of.
Do they see is it being discussed in light of the potential of the industry over there? Is that being
very much so? The potential's there. I would argue if we couldn't see the potential, Midlands has been involved in hemp for 20 years, and we would have exited the game 15 years ago if we couldn't see the potential in that. And it's 100% being discussed, and we've now had a regulatory review, and it's hopefully we don't see a repeat of 2017 because it feels in New Zealand it might go that way a little bit, but it's just being discussed positively.
And what have you all? I mean, as you just mentioned, you've been at this for nearly 20 years, so you were in place before the 2017 changes. What have you seen? How have things changed since the change to the regulation in 2017?
Again, it's been because of that glut that was caused immediately in 2017. The industry crashed, and there was how much were you growing, Conrad?
We here in Midlands, we grew up to 400 hectares at that time, industry-wide.
Was that just for export, Conrad? Was it?
No, that was actually for domestic and export purpose. Okay. But industry-wide here, we were up to around 1,400 hectares.
And then essentially went to zero with the glut that came, and then now we're seeing a slow return to production as that stock has been worked through, and people have developed developed markets.
So, what are your key target markets for your product?
So we generally grow grain for third-party processors, and we would also like to see an increase in counter-season production for export as those North American markets, which we have good contacts in, reach maturity, and they're getting quite close to market maturity. They're a large processing facility that needs surety of supply, so exporting grain production into those industries, which we have done a few times now, is looking like a very promising market for us. But then supporting domestic production through, say, people like Hemp Harvests, Alexinol, other key processors. Okay.
I know Senator Colbeck touched on with the last witness, but I had to step out of the room for a bit. But you in your submission, you talk about low THC industrial hemp biomass, leaf and flowers in particular, requires a medicinal cannabis licence from the Office of Drug Control. What happens to your leaf and flower now? Like, were you guys growing?
Essentially, it's an offal product that comes out that is destroyed.
Just gets destroyed.
Yeah, it's the beauty of that is, without getting into a technical biochemical discussion, is that you can grow a low THC plant that's still quite high in CBD, and we could supply that at a lower cost into the extracts market pretty easily.
That was going to be my question. Like, we went to, obviously, the committee visited yesterday afternoon at Hale Farm.
Yes.
They are making a very high product from hemp.
Yes. So, as I say,
why can't they just buy that from you?
And that's what we're proposing, and do it at a broad acre scale, and they just can do an extract, put it through, and you can then mechanise some of that and that biomass harvest, reducing cost for the medical cannabis producers as well.
So have you had discussions with medicinal cannabis growers in regards to the sale of your flower and leaf? Is that you've even had those? I know there's a restriction there with needing a licence.
As I say, we've had. I can't speak to the Australian one. That would be Andrew Davidson, who's our director's court. But in New Zealand, I've been heavily involved in those discussions, and those medical cannabis licence holders are very keen on a lower cost access point for. Something like CBD.
Okay, and so it's a matter now of trying to get a regulation change from the office.
Very much so.
Office of Drug Control, so that you can do that, because you're just the grower, right? You're not going to be the one extracting the oil.
No, we don't want to be an extractor. That's
they have their licence in place for that already, but you still need a licence just to grow.
We would have to have an Office of Drug Control licence
just to sell your flower and your leaf, and it just gets burnt at the moment.
Essentially.
Yeah, what a waste.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Crazy. Just in relation to kind of a topic we discussed yesterday when we were at the field days, around, we got a situation in northern Tasmania where you might have industrial hemp growing for different products, but you've also got medicinal cannabis growers. Do we need a kind of a system around where you can grow in terms of communicating to each other about who's growing what where, in case there is kind of cross-fertilisation between crops?
We already sort of, for seed certification, require being away from each other's hemp crops.
A set distance.
A set distance so that pollen can't cross over. Right. In regards to...
So just to clarify that, because it can be tricky. So you require a separation of different varietals of crops.
Only for seed production, so not for if we were doing it for grain, but if we want to for planting
certified seed.
Yeah, for certified planting seed, we need a required distance, which is set out in the OECD standards, from that crop to maintain genetic purity. It's commonly done in most crops, and there's a online system under development in Tasmania, which Conrad would allude to, but it's currently only used in vegetable seed. In New Zealand, we have that system already. The seed companies all sort of buy into it, allowing that, and we've put industrial hemp into that in the New Zealand context for the medicinal cannabis growers' benefit, so that they know they can know where our crops are and not have problems with pollination. It reduces their cannabinoid yield pretty significantly. Instead of getting a 20% plant, they might get a 3.
A 3?
Yeah,
that's pretty significant.
Yeah, they produce cannabinoid to attract pollen at the end of the day, and so want to, if you pollinate that crop, it then puts its energy into seed rather than producing more cannabinoid.
I remember when I started asking questions about this back in 2012 at Estimates, and the feedback came from, I think it might have even been the police, that they were worried about legalising hemp because you could hide marijuana crops in the fields. But as it turns out, they wouldn't be particularly potent marijuana crops, would they?
No. The best thing to get rid of illicit cannabis.
How did they miss that when they provided that evidence? It's quite fascinating.
I probably didn't understand that back then.
No.
Wilson, but
Whereas the local illegal pot growers probably well and truly understand that. I've heard just quietly on the grapevine. Not that I know any of them, of course. just for the record. I'm public as being on the special access scheme, so there you go. It's all legal.
grapevine versus.
So, can you tell us a bit more about the introduction of an approved cultivar list and the use of a certified seed scheme?
So that is essentially the Canadian regulatory scheme.
That's the Canadian scheme.
So they have a list of approved cultivars which have been shown to be under the THC requirement, which in Canada is 0.3. Then by using a certified seed line that you are definitely growing that cultivar, the grower of grain or fibre is not required to undertake any level of THC testing or further regulatory sort of involvement. It reduces the cost to the grower and has been shown to be very successful. It also gives an element of trust from those North American breeders who are developing some pretty interesting new cultivars that they're not going to bring cultivars here for to be taken willy-nilly and put into other people's programs. It gives an element of trust in the Australian industry, and yeah, it's been shown to be. I mean, their industry is world leading, and that scheme is really a big reason why.
I mean, how big a barrier is it to your business growth, imports from places like Canada?
In terms of grain imports,
yeah.
They are low cost. It's processors can bring in Canadian grain at a significantly lower cost, so it definitely impacts our potential to grow grain in Australia. It's the same in New Zealand. It's a low cost input, and you can ship it here for, including shipping, still less than we produce it for.
And how much is bought in, like in terms of grain? I know, obviously, some of the products around the medicinal side are certainly bought in from overseas, but
I couldn't put a number on it, to be honest. It would be more ways to say I'm not involved with those third-party processes too much. Would you have a comment on that?
It'd be more a question for Hemp Harvests or Alexanol, how much they think is coming in. Yeah. But it puts a cap on the system. It means that we can't pay growers because, we're getting out-competed.
Yeah, okay. And
does it have any impact on the price they're received?
Absolutely, because the premium that we can charge, say Alexanol or Hemp can charge, is limited by that lowest common denominator, which means they need to make their margin, which means the grower gets paid less, which makes it less attractive.
Yeah, okay. I might have some follow-up questions on notice around the trade side of this, because it's certainly been brought to my attention around the medicinal side of this, be it from hemp or from cannabis. There's some shonky stuff going on in terms of imports and not parity in terms of the requirements that producers and extractors and stuff have to go through versus overseas. Perhaps just a last question for me. I think Senator Colbeck's already asked you about, you talk about for continuation of the Agri-Futures hemp program. Has there been any discussions with them you're aware of around focusing priority areas into industry development or upstream development? Do you think they see that as their role, or are they...
Well, the discussions I've had with them have always been, as you say, behind the farm gate. They're interested in developing grower capability, which is their mandate. So, which I understand. So I don't think they've looked. There's been a little bit of discussion around it and potentially some roadmap type work done, but not. As I say, I don't think it's probably their mandate to push into that area.
I think it could be done through CSIRO or some of the other science and industry.
Yeah, as I say, it's those downstream innovative products that innovations sort of become lacking. We can't just sell hemp seed oil. We need innovative fibre products. We need innovative food products that push the boundaries a bit and create export opportunities and growth in the industry.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thanks,
Senator DeLuga.
Thanks very much. And I might just follow on from Senator Bush-Wilson's question about the AgriFutures program. Obviously, your submission, you spoke in support of the research program. What's the most useful thing that has come out of the AgriFutures program so far for you guys?
I think it's been the expansion and knowledge of hemp outside of Tasmania. This has always been the heartland of hemp growth, but it's shown other parts of Australia, and we've had significantly more inquiry and interest in growing our seed varieties from other parts of Australia that we haven't seen previously. So just expanding, exposure to the industry in wider parts and getting discussion going, in New South Wales, a bit more Victoria areas that previously, as I say, it was very much Tasmanian industry.
And what sort of, can you give the committee the example of the kind of downstream product development that needs support and why the private sector couldn't fund it on its own at this stage?
I think when you go to the North American type conferences, you see bioplastics made from hemp. I've seen a 97% protein extract from hemp seed. They're pretty technical type applications that with the industry in its current infancy just does not have the capital to really invest the R&D into developing those. But those are the type of products that can push the industry into not being a commodity producer, but being selling innovative high value products and grow accordingly.
And I might just go over to the, we've spoke quite a bit, witnesses already this morning, about some of the issues that the industry sees with the APVMA. Your submission welcomed the changes in May 2025 around classifying the hemp-based animal feeds as end products, which means they don't need to be registered as the vet chemicals. But you see the pathway. You say the pathway still isn't clear. Can you tell the committee specifically what's still missing, and what would a workable regulatory pathway for hemp animal feed actually look like from your perspective as a supplier?
So it's in that the regulatory change is very welcome. The problem with it is that the exact wording is pretty open to interpretation, and we've seen this in previous instances where you get a change in personnel in that regulatory office, interpretation changes. All of a sudden, what you could do, say sell oil crushing residue as a stock food, that person goes, oh no, that's actually now a residue. Needs to be registered. So in terms of a change, it's more just taking some of that ambiguity out of that definition, and so then personnel changes in regulatory office happens. It's part of the world, and so by just clarifying where that sits and rewording things, then it gives the industry confidence in developing some of those stock feed products and allowing further development in that space.
And just on a personal note, but I'm sure the rest of the committee feels like, thank you very much for the tour yesterday of your facility, and Conrad, it was absolutely a pleasure hearing you explain. It was very helpful for myself, so thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Chair. Both today and in your submission, you've advocated for TAS to fill an export market for the Northern Hemisphere off-season and also Asia. When do you think we could actually reach it?
Off-season, I think within, there's two opportunities as an off-season, counter-season producer. It's grain into large processing facilities that need surety of supply year-round, and two, growing sowing seed for their, again, counter-season for the industry over there. The counter-season seed production for sowing seed, we're already deep in discussions and doing that both here in Tasmania and in New Zealand. Mm-hmm. A lot of that has been held up with just technicalities, particularly in New Zealand, around allowance of new cultivars, but we're well down the track. So within probably 2 to 3 years, I think counter-season seed production is very much a thing. A little bit with the counter-season grain export is a harder one to put a number on, purely because we sort of need a bit of maturity, a bit more maturity in that market, where those larger factories are going. We need to make sure we're always processing, because getting the most out of expensive machinery. They're very close to that, and we've had inquiry, but it can be sporadic, which doesn't help us consistently grow a crop knowing that we're going to send it to, say, Canada for processing. But we're getting closer and closer to that point. Those inquiries are coming more often.
Not that we're competitive, but is New Zealand closer to that?
No. Again, given the regulatory status, Tasmania has always been our sort of preference, and it's generally a cheaper. As much as we have just talked about cost of production being high, it's much higher in New Zealand. So we would have a preference to do it here.
But also a New Zealand-owned company actively promoting and pushing industry and business in Australia. Great sister country.
Yes, I think it works very well for us to work in Tasmania and at home. It's been they're quite similar environments with Tasmania and New Zealand, and we can cross expertise over, and we've pushed food crops and things that we've had success with at home to here.
So we could get the Anzac Alliance on another level.
100%.
Okay. So basically, we're on a level with New Zealand.
In terms of hemp production, well ahead.
Sweet. So we'll keep top dog status.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Senator Whitten, Senator for Queensland.
Good morning.
I don't know how to take that.
You're well and truly outnumbered here today.
Yeah, I am.
Apologies in advance.
You mentioned earlier about fodder. Is that part of your business also?
It's not really.
No.
Fodder is a interesting topic. I think for further R&D is required just around cannabinoid findings in meat and milk. It looks like it's not going to be there, but generally the meat and dairy industries are larger and protective of their markets, which I completely understand, and so fodder probably requires further R&D well before we can get into that space.
So those industries are concerned about the
really low numbers, because if you send a lamb to Saudi Arabia and they find any trace of a cannabinoid, they're pretty unhappy. Prime example.
They get high off lamb. Okay. If we remove the regulatory hurdles and the perceived stigma, do you think the investment would flow?
I think it will. Stigma is lessening every day, in my opinion. The industry now shows quite a professional face, have got keen people doing interesting things, and a few small changes, and the industry can really sort of go. And I think people will pay attention to that. As much as we have a stigma, that stigma also means we're interesting. So people probably pay attention to the hemp industry more than they would, say, as my own personal experience. I do a lot with flaxseed. It's also a very interesting oil seed. It doesn't get the attention hemp does because of that stigma. So we want to lose the stigma, but maybe not completely. It helps sell product.
You like being the bad boy.
Yeah.
So given that there's so many positive uses for all parts of the plant, which industries would lose out if hemp got off the ground? Who'd be sitting at home worrying right now if this goes good?
I think it is more of a it's a nice rotation for growers. It's not going to take away the pea industry or the cereals in terms of bulk, even if it really goes. I think it's just a nice side thing, an extra one. I don't see it taking market share from anyone else. maybe potentially some of flaxseed industry that make linen for fibre and essentially a competing oil or protein product. It's not going to replace woolen carpets. It's not going to replace cotton industry, but it can complement those really well. A hemp fibre backing to a woolen carpet is a great natural product.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just in relation to the conversation about manufacturing medicinals out of the broader industrial hemp product, there's been discussion about ensuring that there are well-defined definitions of industrial hemp versus medicinal cannabis.
Yes.
Being an important part of the way that the industry develops going forward. Does the capacity to produce the medicinals out of the industrial hemp have the potential to blur the lines in a way that doesn't help? Or as long as the definitions are well?
I think as long as the definitions are well defined,
yep.
And again, it still requires a THC limit. I'm not talking about growing high THC hemp. It's very much a below the 1% or
yep.
0.35.
Oh, within the parameters.
Within the parameters, yeah.
And the
so it really relies on a good, strong definition, but I don't think it in any way blurs that line. It's done extensively in the North American market of supplying industrial hemp biomass into the medicinal cannabis market, and that is potentially why we see a lot of those cheaper Canadian extracts coming into the country, and it's due to them having a lower cost biomass source.
I think it's really, Senator Colbeck, I think at this point it's really important to point out the distinction that industrial hemp for medicinal cannabis goes into CBD rather than into THC products, which is a non-psychoactive.
Yeah.
I understood that. I was just wanting to get clarification for the record as much as anything else as part of this process, so that when we look at how we talk about things going forward, we get these things properly defined. So it's in your view more about the maturity of the regulatory frameworks,
yes,
than it is about any of the other perceptions that might exist.
No,
based on the experience of the industry in the US,
and particularly in Canada, they have that market. They do it all the time, and it's done very well, and it's considered industrial hemp, and it's been, let's say, for 5 to 10 years has been the case, and has not limited that loss of stigma. Again, a good strong regulatory scheme that has solid definitions in it. You can't go wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So in the context of assisting the market and the industry to develop by having those well-defined definitions, the differentiations, but also the capacity within that framework to properly utilise all parts of the plant, that is one of the things that will assist the industry to move forward, in a positive way, but also in a competitive sense against what we're seeing in relation to product that's coming from other jurisdictions.
Exactly. Using all the entire plant allows us to lower costs, and it's a revenue. You're gaining revenue out of essentially a waste stream, allowing better competition with those cheaper imports, which are doing that exact thing in that market, which is how they are at such a low price point.
Okay. And so with respect to the elements of the plant or seed that require further development with respect to product use, and we've heard conversations about or yesterday about using the husk potentially as an animal feed.
Yep.
Or nervousness or restriction around that. What sort of investment or work do you think that we need to support that development?
In the animal feed space?
Well,
Or just
that's one
that's one
example.
Yeah.
But there would be others.
It's in my opinion, it's two different things. In terms of the animal feed piece, the market needs assurance that cannabinoids aren't crossing into meat or dairy, allowing that continuation of the meat export industry, which is so important to the Australian economy. It's really those high, and the other side of that is the as I mentioned, the bioplastics, the really innovative type products that are starting to come into the hemp industry, seen it in other jurisdictions. The bioplastics, the really cool food products with 97% protein extracts, that sort of thing. That's where we're lacking the capital and R&D capacity to develop those, which drive the industry forward, rather than trying to become a large-scale commodity producer and compete directly with, say, the Canadians who are already doing that and flooding the market with seed worldwide.
But some of those other products, the nanocrystalline products, for example, which have been under development for probably a decade and a half or so, and for which cannabis is a long chain cellular fibre, in the same way that timber is. So they're interchangeable in that sense. That technology is still relatively nascent anyway. So you're relying on the development of that technology per se, and then becoming a feedstock for it.
Yes.
Rather than a different timber versus, and it's not necessarily a competitive thing, but it's a feedstock source.
Yes.
It's reliant on those coming into the markets, and I agree with you, the opportunities for some of those products is extraordinary for metals replacement, even nanocrystalline fibres are a huge opportunity for car manufacture and things of that nature. Strong and light, and a whole range of other beneficiaries, but that's more reliant on those markets developing too, is it not?
Yes, it is. We're seeing those markets develop naturally anyway, in my opinion, with technical innovation that's going on in the building sector, in the food sector. People want to try, have a greater appetite for that. Consumers do these than maybe 10 to 15 years ago.
And so the important thing for the hemp industry will be to be positioned in the right place, to be a feedstock provider for whatever those things are, as they build their place in the market.
Yeah, and to ensure that the hemp industry's thought of as a feedstock.
And the regulatory framework
allows us
sufficiently supports and assists it. Yeah, okay.
Question before we finish, Chair, for lunch, Chair. Just a clarification in your submission. You mentioned in terms of animal feed, you say, page 104, on a positive note, the Australian Pesticides and APVMA issued new regulations on May 1st, 2025, which appears to reduce the compliance requirements on eligible industrial hemp-based animal feed products. How's that helped?
It's allowed it to happen, essentially, without registration. But as I say, our problem with that is that it's a little bit open to interpretation of the regulatory office. So previous to that, essentially, it was register it as a veterinary chemical, no matter what you were doing. Even if selling the husks we saw yesterday, as an example, that would have had to be registered. Now, with that change, we're allowed. It can be sold as an animal feed.
So it's classified as an END, right?
Yes.
Excluded nutritional or digestive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's it's more because it's a bit open to interpretation and clarification. That's where our, a rewriting of the wording of that particular section of the Act there would fix that. It's a little bit.
If you've got any words you'd like to flick us a notice as to how you'd like to see that rewritten. No, seriously, please send it through. If you think there's anything that stands out as being obvious, that we just have a look at that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so a start, but needs improvement.
Yes, it's very much a strong start. It's just as I say, we've seen it in the past where regulatory office changes hands, someone or government changes, you get new people in there, and all of a sudden the interpretation becomes quite different, and what was happening 6 months ago is no longer happening.
Yeah, okay. Good point. Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today. Very much appreciated. If you've got any questions on notice, and I think you just did get one, Friday 27th of March is the date for return of your homework. Thank you very much, colleagues. We will now adjourn for lunch and return at 1 p.m. Welcome back, everybody. I now welcome Ms Andy Lucas, representing Ex-Hemp. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. My name is Andy Lucas and I am the founder of Ex-Hemp. Ex-Hemp is the only cannabis fibre processing mill in Tasmania. We're one of 4 active factories in the country, and we're the only majority female-owned and women-operated facility of this type in the world. Ex-Hemp process a combination of grain stubble that's left over from hemp food crops. We work closely with companies like Midlands and Hemp Harvests to try to value add to our farmers and to prevent burn-offs. We also grow specialty fibre variety crops for the purpose of securing our own supply of construction and other industrial materials. As the panel would know from the amazing field day yesterday, there are lots of very passionate people in this industry, and we've all come from wildly different personal and professional backgrounds with different motivations and drivers. I'd just like to take a very quick 1 minute to share my personal story in the hope it will give the committee some context about why I do the work I do and to potentially spice up Hansard a little bit. I'm an 8th generation Tasmanian. I'm the daughter of a teacher and a nurse. I grew up on the northwest coast in the town of Smithton. I progressed through the public school system in Launceston before matriculating and being accepted at ANU for an arts law degree. I then took the longest gap year in history with 5 years in London. I worked in West End Theatre. I was a shop steward for a trade union. And then I returned home to Tassie in 2001 to undertake my degree in political science at UTAS, where I supported myself financially working in a call centre for a major bank. I then co-founded and ran a large nightclub in Hobart before heading overseas again to spend a decade of my life between Australia and the United States. I pursued a very exciting career in TV and film production, specialising in outdoor adventure and travel projects, before co-founding and running a startup in the States, selling a proprietary line of specialty camera and video accessories. For those keeping track, the reason I give that little bit of personal history in that very varied professional life and non-linear career path is that I have no background or experience in agriculture, mechanical engineering or materials science, all of which would have come in handy over the last 5 years. My interest in the cannabis sector came about as a direct result of the unique experience 13 years ago when I lost my worldly possessions in a bushfire in Tasmania and then lost my home in Colorado 9 months later in a catastrophic flood. Both of these events were classed as 500 or 1,000 year events, and in both states, natural disasters of near equal or greater impact have occurred nearly every year since. The experience of losing 2 homes in the same year was devastating, both emotionally and financially, and directly exposed me to the new realities of living in a world where human activity has led to more frequent and intense weather events. And in spite of decades-long and very well-funded efforts of major polluters to create confusion around the causes of rapid climate change through incredibly sophisticated misinformation campaigns, the combination of my lived experience, a faith in science and respect for the opinions of subject matter experts has left me with a crystal clear understanding that if we work together to rapidly reduce atmospheric carbon while simultaneously bolstering capacity for regionalised production, securing supply chains and sovereignty, and finding ways to build environmentally sustainable, robust and low-energy homes, we will collectively be able to fix this mess. With a deep sense of urgency and knowledge that lots of us need to be working on this challenge and we need to be doing it right now, I decided to stop producing not very good reality TV shows and selling camera accessories and dedicated myself professionally to my 3 main areas of interest, which are the climate crisis, the housing crisis, and financially empowering women through employment opportunities. On that third point, I would like to note for the record that Ex-Hemp relies on the exceptions under sections 25 and 26 of the Anti-Discrimination Act of 1998 in relation to my hiring practices. I have chosen this very visible and potentially controversial strategy of having an all-female team to highlight the way labour shortages can be addressed if businesses can offer family-friendly hours to their staff, with the added bonus of demonstrating how awesome women are. And while my 9-person team, my company director Janine Healy and pharmacologist Robin Tate are all female, Ex-Hemp is surrounded by and supported by a large number of very excellent blokes who are secure and confident in their support of our all-female team. We work closely with local growers like Nick at Pansanger, who you all met yesterday, John at Formosa, Henry at Cressy House, Charlie at Mountford, Nick at Woodside. We have a long-suffering and amazingly supportive landlord, Andrew, at Fairbanks. Every season we engage with highly experienced windrow and baling contractors, David and Jaden. We get advice from our agronomist, Chris Cheek, have our equipment repaired by Wayne and the boys at Tas Engineering, and we store our hemp with Jeff from Longford Transport. It's an amazing ripple effect when you have a small company grow in a town like this. We warmly welcomed angel investors, John and Hamish from Danehill Group last year when we closed our 3.4 million seed capital raise. And while there are still a small number of fellas who apparently do feel a bit threatened by seeing women working in what have traditionally been male-dominated spaces, and we get a bit of pushback on that sometimes, we count ourselves really lucky to have many, many more strong allies of the mighty hempettes and the work that we're doing in the broader community. So now that you know a bit more about me, and I know we had an opportunity to all speak at different points in time and some of us have met before, I'm now open to any and all questions from the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Lucas. I might start with a couple of quick ones. In your submission, you recommended a number of things, including the establishment of a unified national industry model. What are the things that are inhibiting that? Why do you need facilitation from government, if you like?
It's a tricky one, Senator Colbeck, in the sense that I feel over the last decade particularly there's been a real demonstration of a lack of ability within our industry as a rapidly emerging sector. It's not unique to hemp. These are the types of growing pains that have happened in lots of other sectors like cotton, for example. I think cotton in the mid-1980s had 3 representative groups that were all speaking nationally, but I think that we are losing time and we're wasting valuable capability by not having a holistic voice. My personal opinion, I am speaking wearing my ex-hemp hat on this matter. When I speak in my role as the President of the Tasmanian Hemp Association, the position of the board is slightly different to mine. My personal opinion is that we do need an external, some sort of external intervention to assist the merging of the 2 rival national groups and the 2 rival groups in Victoria and New South Wales.
So how many are there at the moment?
So Tasmania is we have just one peak group here, which is great, and that's why we're able to get a lot of work done. There are 2 groups claiming status of peak industry body in Victoria, and again 2 groups in New South Wales, 2 federal groups who both claim the status of peak industry group. So it just creates a lot of confusion, especially for government and DPIs. In Tasmania, we have a great relationship of trust with NRE. They know that they can come to us and we'll be a source of truth and good information. And again, speaking now, swapping between THA and ex-hemp hats here, but I think that from an industry growth perspective, having one national body that can lobby government would be getting things done a lot more quickly than having individual stakeholders or lots of smaller associations all sort of asking for the same, money from the same pot.
Okay, I think that's useful to have on the record. In terms of the downstream from farm gate development of the sector, that point of view would also facilitate the development of a broader industry plan.
Absolutely.
In conjunction with the appropriate agencies at a state or national level.
Absolutely. And I think having had direct involvement with the execution of an agri-futures trial, there was the industrial hemp variety trial that was over 3 years. Valuable taxpayer money went into that project, and I do feel that there was a lack of holistic voice from the hemp industry while the program was being designed. And what naturally happens then is that the loudest voice in the room potentially, or the person in the room, can guide the design of a trial program that might not necessarily serve the interests of those actually working in the sector. So I think that if we can have some sort of holistic voice, we'd be able to eliminate a lot of that waste and inefficiency.
In terms of the regulatory restrictions that we heard evidence from this morning, and I know you've been here and listening to the evidence so far today, How would changing the definitions in an appropriate way assist your business with its development?
So I think in the fibre sector it is slightly different, but I absolutely agree and wholeheartedly support the opinions that were presented by earlier speakers. The removal of cannabis as a plant from the Poisons Act to me just seems like a relatively simple, I know nothing's particularly simple in government, but that would be a very direct action to take that would have real measurable impact on the industry as a whole. From my personal perspective, in the ex-hemp space, we are actually tied into things like the National Construction Code, which I know, Senator, for you as a world you know well, and Tyrone as well, that we need to start looking at the types of buildings, the types of materials we're using. Are we looking at embodied carbon? Are we looking at non-combustibility, bushfire ratings and things like that? So it's probably a broader question from ex-hemp's perspective, but for the overall hemp industry, certainly removal from the Poisons Act is critical, and a very firm definition in the Misuse of Drugs Act around low THC cannabis as hemp that should not be included in that act at all.
So the discussion that changing of those definitions would facilitate complete use of the plant and therefore lowering costs, would that not also contribute to the cost of the material from the plant that you would require in your business?
Absolutely. So it'll be the classic cliche of the rising tide lifting all boats, and it's very true, I think, in hemp. The more success stories that we have in the hemp industry, whether it's in food, fibre or extracts, then it's going to flow through and there'll be greater confidence. I think investor confidence is a huge one. It's tough, very tough economic climate right now for startups, especially high capitalisation startups like mine, to access capital. Tim Crow raised that point earlier and I absolutely agree with that, having done a pretty gruelling seed capital raise. In a tough climate, lots of folks wanting to invest in things like AI, which is obviously a fascinating opportunity for humanity, and things like carbon tracking apps. But I do get a bit twitchy-eyed sometimes because we're going to have a method to track the carbon, but we don't actually have small companies that are capturing it because we were unable to secure equipment finance for $300,000. So there needs to be, I think, a real close look at that, at the reality of how do small businesses who need heavy levels of capital to get started more easily access those funds, especially elephant in the room for minority-led or female-founded businesses, which traditionally in Australia receive a fraction, less than 1% of venture capital in Australia goes to female-led businesses. About 30% of our companies in this country are led by women.
You talk about the development of national standards for hemp products. In what particular areas and how will that facilitate what you're looking to achieve?
In those questions, Senator, I will always defer to experts who aren't me. I think we've proven with my bio that I'm very much a generalist. There is a leading light in our industry, Clara Maraseki. She founded the Australian Hemp Masonry Company about 20 years ago and has really been the key driver in promoting the use of the material. More importantly, what she's doing in the background is work on standards. So Clara sits both on the Australian standards group, she's also working on the US standards. So we've got a small number of folks who are doing all of the heavy lifting here and a very small amount of investment to support the work that's simply involved to do that. We're not talking about large amounts of money. We're talking about just supporting research capability, administrative capability to be able to really move that standards work forward. We have managed to execute very large commercial projects, even with the absence of those standards, but that takes very, very bold decision-making from the construction company, from the architect and from the client to find those less conventional pathways of performance solutions and things like that. Once we do have an Australian standard for building-grade hemp products, then we can basically be selling them in, am I allowed to mention one of the big chains? I won't. A shop that you can buy building materials in. So,
Senator Bush-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yours is one of the only 4 fibre mills in Australia. Mm-hmm. What were the barriers in establishing a business like yours? Looks like it's...
The number one is access to capital, quite seriously. I think that the panel now will have all heard, especially folks like Midlands who have been in the long game. Of course, I knew there were going to be difficulties accessing low THC certified planting seed, the cost of leasing land, rising commodity costs on other things people can do on their properties, rising input costs. That was sort of all to me expected. I knew it was going to be a tough startup. What I hadn't anticipated was just going to be the absolute inability to raise money in a modern Australian context. Having had 10 years in the States, I never ever felt that. It was tough, but it didn't feel impossible. I've pitched literally hundreds of times to family offices, high net worths, VCs, different funds and mechanisms for finance. No bank finance of any kind, no business credit cards, no equipment finance, no overdrafts. And I would just point to any business that's ever had to trade without those mechanisms to assist you, especially in the early years. It's very, very difficult to build a company with no money, and I did work for free for a couple of years, but that runs out of road pretty quickly. So I think that it sounds a bit crass, but it really does come down to capitalisation.
And when you were seeking capital, was there just what was the level of understanding about hemp and the potential?
Very, 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 very low. So I started pitching this concept in late 2020. So I formed the company in September 2020 and started immediately pitching. Incredibly, I had 33 folks loan me money on the basis of me telling them it was a good idea, unsecured loans from people that I didn't know, not family members. I'd already hit them up earlier and they'd said no. Incredibly, when I reflect on that, that's amazing. But to tie back into the issue around the not being able to use meta platforms, I had to put 2 ads in the paper. I had to put an ad in the Mercury and an ad in the Examiner, a little half-page ad saying, are you interested in learning about investing in the hemp industry? I couldn't use the biggest mechanism for advertising that exists in modern history because we were blocked. I had a narcotics ban on my ad account. So I put 2 ads in the paper and I had about 150 people come to 2 events at the Republic Bar and the Royal Oak. Shout out to the local pubs, and just spoke to a room full of humans. I felt like I was in sort of the 1920s. It was none of the tools that are normally available, that had been available to me when I was running a nightclub, had been available to me when I ran a camera accessories business. None of those tools were available to me in starting this company. And I think when you just are taking away one after the other, you are just simply going to have people who just don't persist.
So what support's going to be required to increase capacity for you from here? Do you feel like you've got some runs on the board now?
We do.
We learned about some of those projects yesterday.
We do, and I think honestly, as sort of brutal as it sounds, it's simply having survived for 4 years. There's a fantastic phrase in the startup world called the Valley of Death. I think I might just be in the last little bit of that canyon, but I can definitely see the sort of sunrise peeking through at the other end. Firstly, I think from a trust perspective, it's difficult to raise money. Those 33 folks were very trusting, but they were investing amounts of $5,000 up to $40,000, not small potatoes by any means, and I didn't take it lightly. But when you're starting to go into rooms and you're looking for that 1 million plus, folks aren't really looking for an immature business within an immature sector. Lots of folks have talked about risk. That risk is real. I think we shouldn't shy away from that. You're in an emerging space, so you don't have that ability to point to other companies and say, look how well they've done. Yeah. In fact, the opposite problem is what we face, because we've had a couple of bad actors, I'd say, and some folks who just had some bad luck, but there's been some very big companies that raised and then folded. So in the time that I've been running this business, we've had a company that raised $7 million, traded for 2 years and closed in South Australia. There was a company in Canada that raised $40 million and closed within 2 years. Unfortunately, investors know those stories too. So when you're sitting in a room, and they'll have done a little bit of due diligence before you get in there, and when they do a search, they see that a hemp fibre mill just closed, it doesn't inspire confidence. So I think you're sort of on the back foot. You're trying to explain a new concept, a new product line, a new system of doing things, while convincing folks to trust you and in the vision of what can actually happen.
Okay, I was certainly encouraging to hear some of your examples yesterday about where you have kicked some goals, and I hope it gets easier for you. In terms of the kind of things the committee can look at to make that a reality, I know Senator Colbeck touched on this, but in your submission, you recommend DAF and AgriFutures strategically engage with the Australian Hemp Council and the Australian Industrial Hemp Alliance to mediate and encourage a merger into a single organisation structured as a hybrid. Just let me get that right. A hybrid federation model. What are some of the barriers to creating that?
Am I allowed to say ego on the record?
Yeah, well, sure.
I think that we've got a couple of folks who are quite entrenched in leadership positions. It is starting to change. There has been some shifts. I would like to say very much on the record that there are people that I deeply respect in both of those organisations, excellent humans who are doing really good hard work. Unfortunately, for some reason, that's not flowing through. I think that's probably reflects a bit of an issue around governance and the structures of those groups, where for some reason it just seems to be a fractured situation.
Has there ever been historical discussions about merging into a national entity?
I have loudly advocated for that. I spent 18 months where I did attend meetings for both of those groups and then ultimately decided that it wasn't beneficial for me as an individual to persist with that. So I've sort of handed it to others, handed the baton to others. And I do, again, really want to stress that there are folks who are doing excellent work in both groups. But there does seem to be an entrenched issue there with the leadership who can't seem to, I think they both would like to be the leader of the state, of the national group, rather than saying, why don't we have a really robust, amazing national group and we're part of that. So that's where I feel that some sort of external intervention or mediation, I don't know how else it can occur without that. I also don't know what that looks like, to be honest, but I sort of feel like we're at an impasse now. So some sort of intervention or mediation, I think, would be very beneficial.
And one other recommendation is establishing a unified national-wide rule allowing the use of entire low THC hemp plants and aligning licensing rules, permitted THC levels, eliminating current kind of inconsistent state-by-state rules. I mean, how much of it is because of there's different views in the industry around things like that, or is everyone on the same page in terms of these kind of recommendations?
That's really interesting, because I'd say even though there certainly have been some, I think isn't the diplomatic word, we say robust discussions amongst stakeholders who don't always see eye to eye, I think the fundamentals, there's much more common ground than disagreement. That's probably one of the most frustrating things for me. I think that those of us that might look at a range of things quite differently, we all agree that everyone I've spoken to believes that the 1% THC rule is absolutely what we should be holding firm to. Other nations are coming up to that. Well, I don't think it benefits us at all to be taking a backward step there. So I think things like that, I think there's near holistic consensus, I'd say, amongst every stakeholder that I've spoken to about 1%. So it was quite surprising to hear that that's been potentially something that's been raised as a possible conversation, or that you're hearing that. I'd love to chat to folks a little bit more on my side of the fence and sort of see if people do see value in dropping back to 0.3. I don't see why that would be a good idea. As far as obviously the ODC shouldn't be involved with industrial hemp at all, and that's, so there's just sort of things that seem so logical to us in industry that I guess we're sort of saying, why is that not happening? So it's probably that feeling of frustration at how slow everything is.
Okay. You also recommend the establishment of regional development programs to connect growers and processors to accelerate the expansion of the industry in key areas. Would you suggest different development plans for different areas? And once again, does this come back to different views within the various organisations in different parts of the country? Yeah,
look, I think probably one of the earlier speakers who mentioned the idea of a really centralised hub, and it's not just because I love Tassie so much. I think that, Tasmania's a lovely place, but we are little and we're an island, so certainly major expansion on the mainland. I think the centralised model and trying to mimic or model anything on what Europe do would be a fatal flaw for Australia. We are absolutely not a market that can be compared to the European market in any sense, just as far as market size and the tyranny of distance. Hemp is a lightweight, bulky material, and freight is a killer. It's an absolute killer for us to be carting bales. We had to contract our growing area to 30 kilometres from the factory site because the carting costs were so, they basically were near business ending, to physically get those bulky bales and then to process it into a still bulky material and then ship it to a build site. So I think the centralised model, this sort of dream of a big centralised model, that's what the $40 million investment in Canada tried to do, and they didn't make it, and many have fallen trying to do that. I personally believe in a small regionalised productions is how I would look at it. The beauty of that is that you can tap into that deep local knowledge of what's needed. And I think one of the things that I got so excited about sharing with you all yesterday is working with the commercial berry farms that are in such close proximity to my factory that we can see them from our front gate. The idea of supplying multi-million-dollar contracts into local farms that are within sight of my factory and replacing an imported material that comes from Southeast Asia and is wrapped in single-use plastic, there's nothing in that that's not a win for the Tasmanian economy, the farmer, the environment, on every single aspect. That's just a win. And I think we can just take that model and it can be tailored for the region. So you'd find out what's needed in that area. The beautiful thing about hemp, and I'm sure it must be wildly apparent to everybody, is just the multi-purpose aspect to it. You could have a hemp factory that could grow just one variety. You could do dry land, do no irrigation, process the whole stalk and do a mulch product for mine remediation. We're working with a company who are doing exactly that. So that might be the exact right fit for a particular town or region in Australia. Then you could have a company on the very far other end of the spectrum, like Hemp, that potentially will be a full vertical integration, where we do all forms of hemp fibre and potentially down the road into hemp foods or whatever it might be, because of our geographical specifics of where we are. So, and that's what I love about it, because it can be enormously varied and regionally specific and really address the need of the place that those regionalised hubs are started.
Okay. Could you tell us a little bit more about, you said to encourage economic growth, the following should be implemented and undertaken: tariffs and safeguards.
I feel scared. I feel scared saying tariffs now, because just reminds me a little bit of someone who's made a bit of a mess of that. Look, I think it's a complicated one. So we do have some bad actors in the space, in the sense that there is imported hemp in Australia right now that's being marketed and sold as made in Australia. That makes me pretty grumpy, would be the most diplomatic way to frame my response to that discovery. I don't know what can be done about that. We sort of looked into collectively putting something through the ACCC, so I don't know if there's something from a government standpoint that we could be helped with that. I'm not a fan of penalising folks who are on a budget who want to use hemp, and if they can find an imported hemp product that is cheaper still than a locally produced product, as is true of nearly every other construction material or clothing item, or name the thing that we now import from other countries. I don't want to be someone who blocks the use of hemp biocomposites, but I do think we need to do something to level the playing field, as those of us that are trying to get local production up and running, we can't also be battling against those kinds of anti-competitive behaviours, and they are unfortunately a little bit rife.
Okay. You say government use of low THC cannabis biocomposite products. Is that kind of government procurement?
Yeah, government procurement. Right. I used a really long sentence to say that, didn't I? I was just going to write, can you guys buy some stuff off us? But on a serious note, now that we've sort of Hemp is becoming to have a little bit more of a profile, which is great, especially in a place like Tassie, we are now being contacted by people, sustainable asset managers for local and state government groups and for larger corporations, which is great. The problem is the lead time. It's just everything takes such a long time to kind of happen. But if that was the kind of thing that was built into a policy platform, we could then use that to reduce the perception of risk to our investors. It's all of those sorts of things. It's like firming up the vision of what founders like myself see ahead of us, having the government say, yeah, we also believe in that vision. This is what it could look like. We can then leverage those policies to assist us in raising capital.
Okay. You talk about private need for the government to help private sector, private sector incentivisation. Have you got any thoughts about what might work?
Heaps.
Yep. Okay.
Look. Oh, it's tough. I mean, I think ultimately it's going to come down to synthetic fibres, I think is a massive one. I don't think there's really any sort of political argument around the fact that we don't want microplastics in our brains and in our babies. Yep. So I think that if we can just pick things that we all agree on, let's get as many synthetic fibres out of our existing supply chains and replace them with a really good, healthy, natural one that also does all these other excellent things in the grander sort of scheme. So, yeah, look, it's tricky. I don't sort of have a really nice soundbitey answer for that, I'm afraid. I'd have to be a deeper,
right. Well, if you've
got
any thoughts in that regard, it would be interesting. I think you've answered most of my questions from your submission, and yeah, thanks for yesterday and all the work that you've done over the years as a leader in, providing a striking example of what this industry can do and its potential in the future, and hopefully the committee can assist in that shared goal.
Thank you so much.
Senator DeLuca.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming along today. Yesterday you had an amazing presentation for us, and you were telling us about your how your company supplied materials for the University of Tasmania's forestry building, which went on to win International Architecture Awards. Now that's a really great Tasmanian story. Can you tell the committee about the project and what hemp materials were used, how they performed, and what it demonstrated about hemp's potential in larger scale construction?
I'd absolutely be delighted to, because we're so excited about this project.
Just warn colleagues that we are
I know.
bumping against the next cycle of witness, and
with the next witness is tough too, so you have to watch out.
It doesn't worry me so much because I can drive home, but some people are going to have to fly home tonight, or hopefully fly home tonight. So we just need to manage our time.
Yep. So look, as quickly as I can. So UTAS as a client made the decision to include, obviously carbon is a massive driver for that entity. They made a decision to use hemp back in 2021 when we hadn't even sort of planted a crop. Made that request to their architect, Woods Bagot, who then made the request to their construction company, Hanson Yuncken, and cut forward 5 years later, we see the largest executed use of cast hempcrete in the Southern Hemisphere. It is a truly stunning execution of that particular methodology. It's the most labour-intensive, hands-on, artisan-level use of hemp material, but as far as a calling card to show what can be done, more importantly, that we've got very serious operators now like Hanson Yuncken, who are very confident in using the material, who are recommending it to their clients. Woods Bagot are recommending it to their clients to use it. If the client is interested in embodied carbon, it's a nice easy tick. If they're interested in regional supply of materials, it addresses that as well. If they like things that look beautiful, if they're looking for something to do with moisture, if they're looking for acoustic characteristics, it just ticks a lot of boxes. So I think it's becoming now, we've got a really fantastic example, and Patagonia just use hempcrete, cast hempcrete from our factory in their store in Hobart. So we're having commercial customers now say, we love this, we love the way it looks, we love the way it smells and feels, but we also love all of the other parts that go behind it around carbon and regionalised production.
Your story really was amazing, how you've bore the brunt of climate change, and you've seen and you've experienced firsthand fire and floods. I was blown away by how you explained. Could you tell the committee, and for those people listening, because there's these stigmas that we've talked about, and the term hippie gets thrown around all the time. And
I have been accused of being a hippie on occasion.
Can you tell us about how good hempcrete is against fire?
Yeah, well, look, I think that it's funny actually, because the best thing for me is when you have folks who perhaps had some of those preconceived ideas and then they become the firmest advocates that you could possibly hope for. So, you know, we're talking about guys from Taz City Building, Fairbrother, like these are companies that aren't necessarily filled with hippies, I'd suggest. And so you've got folks like that who are now convinced of the performance characteristics. The non-combustible nature of hempcrete is what drew me to it. Sort of the shtick is that I googled houses that wouldn't burn. It has a flame zone rating. So for a bushfire type situation, you are literally having a house that will not ignite. I don't ever say bushfire proof, because I think now we've got mega fires that are just so outside of the realms. But you certainly have a much greater likelihood of your structure surviving. And if you're unlucky enough not to have been able to evacuate in time, potentially of surviving an event like that. And I think the other question that really needs to be looked at very deeply in Australia is we now are seeing folks who cannot get insurance to rebuild their houses in bushfire and flood-prone areas, but they also can't afford to leave. So we need to find solutions for folks who are going to be affected by those disasters repeatedly to live in robust houses that, if they are completely destroyed, can be composted.
And so the fibres, tell us about how you create fibres and how you get that from the product.
So effectively we take a bale of straw and we break that straw down into parts. That's as simple as it gets. So the woody core in the middle goes into the hempcrete, and then the sheath on the outside is called bast fibre. That can be used in so many products, including the amazing berry farm mats that I'm determined to bring to market in the next few years, but also paper, textiles, all of these uses that humans have had for 10,000 plus years. As I think Tim Crowe spoke to earlier from Hemp Harvests, in a lot of situations, herd is considered the byproduct to the bast. Tassie's in a bit of a different situation. Our driving output is the herd and the bast is the byproduct. That will even out as we build these markets and get these finished goods into the supply chain. But it's just taking a lot of capital to get those systems up and running.
And your business is helping, like essentially you have the producers of seeds. You can take their waste and then you can make your business and make your living and create fantastic products with the waste from the seed.
That's exactly right. So X-Hemp is very unique in that. So we're the only company that I know that does that hybrid model, but I see huge advantage in that as well. So yeah, it's a really exciting time.
Yep, that's fine, thanks.
I'm going to make it a quick one. How's that? I don't know if the answer will be quick.
Let's work out a signal.
Some things we can't say.
Beautiful.
Your call.
There was a conversation yesterday while we were at your lovely site that Andreas and I had in regards to like the Housing Australia Future Fund. We've got all this money that has been put into the bank to build homes. And here in Tasmania, it's a great opportunity to help people build a quick, efficient, eco-friendly and energy-efficient house, be it small to medium, let's go there.
Yep.
How can X-Hemp and this industry as a whole help Australia get to its targets and build better and more efficient homes?
Look, this definitely won't be a quick answer because my vision, quite seriously, is we can be doing things like building an entire second layer on top of the city of Launceston. Like we can be doing bold, big things with this material. We really can. And I sometimes have people say, you know, it's pie in the sky, but I think that I've demonstrated over the last couple of years that if you just decide you're going to do something, you often can. And I do genuinely think that if we've proven it, we've proven what it looks like without any real support. Now let's allow us to execute it at scale. And, you know, colleagues like Andreas, and I've just had such support from experts in their respective fields, very generous with their information sharing. We are poised and ready. The Australian Hemp Masonry Company received an ARC grant and have done a lot of prefabrication work. They've just finished those studies. We're ready to go. It's literally just a matter of saying we've got the capital, we'll increase the planting area, we'll lease the land, we'll upgrade the machine and we'll build it.
One little one. On a national level then, well,
promises.
I know, like, I try not to be an Indian giver, but being hippy-dippy-doo-dah, fire, flood, we've got a lot of things happening across the country as a whole, and because we want to be more efficient across the country as a whole, this would be a great way to help with insurance, quick build, eco-friendly, hit all our targets that we're hopeful to get to.
Yeah. I think, and that's why for me, seeing the representation from the different parties is really, really critically important. Hemp does not need to be a partisan issue, and I think in Tasmania we've successfully demonstrated that over the last 5 years. There's a high level of trust that's been built between us and our elected reps on a local, state and federal level. Folks know they can come to us and get good information and that what we're saying is true, and we really can roll this model out. There's no doubt about that. X-Hemp has always had the vision of the hub and spoke model, so using Tassie as at the heart and HQ, and then doing those very specific, rapid, let's get them up and running, let's be producing next year.
Thank you. And we got hippie and hippy-dippy-doo-dah.
I know, it's marvellous. That makes me feel really happy.
Thank you. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Chair.
Queenslanders don't know what to make of us, do they?
Western Australia. Is the building code conducive to using this around the country?
Look, again, this is not my area of expertise, but from what I'm being told by all of the folks that are the builders in my life, the new changes to the National Construction Code are causing problems. I think if that's a word that you... Causing problems, am I allowed to say that? As in, it challenges, I think is the better word. I think the unintended consequences of any policy action, obviously we are needing to move towards having all of these great elements in our houses. One of the things about hempcrete that's fascinating is the issue of moisture. I think a lot of the things that are coming in through the NCC, from what I understand, are around moisture and air quality and things like that. Hempcrete as a material addresses a lot of those things. So I guess probably what I would be looking at is we get more and more peer-reviewed data and we reference things like the UTS study that's coming out and other universities that are now into that publishing of papers that they've been working on. And we then can say to the construction sector, great news, we've got a solution for you. You don't need to use expensive wraps, you don't need to use spray foams or mechanical ventilations, you know, these sort of expensive systems. We can actually give you a natural product that was grown quite close to where you live and solve all of those issues as well. So it's a multi-stage project. I'm not naive in thinking it's going to be quick, but it is absolutely doable.
Yep. So the building code at a national level is an issue. I believe local councils have their own...
Yeah, we have an interesting situation in Tasmania. I don't know what it's like up in the north where you are, but we have a lot of councils.
Every area, different stories from different areas.
Yeah, we have a lot of councils. One of the good things now with hemp in Tassie is nearly every planning authority has now approved a hempcrete house. So we've sort of overcome that hurdle. Certainly for the folks who were building the first house 10 and 12 years ago, that was not the case at all, and that was a lot more difficult. I think now people can see examples. We were featured on a Grand Designs Australia episode, which is just amazing. It's just that normalisation of the use. And obviously planners and certifiers feel much more confident when they can point to an example on the street that they've seen. So those types of things will get easier as we go along, but there needs to be a really concerted effort of folks not volunteering time at 7 o'clock at night on a Thursday, sitting together at the end of a long work day trying to work on standards and how the implications of the NCC flow down. We need subcommittees that are staffed and paid and supported by administration workers and things like that. I sit on the Australian Hemp Fibre Processors Group with the 4 other mills in the country, just as a small business group, because we know that we all need to succeed so that this market can actually grow. So there are a small group of us doing the work. We just need a little bit of support to make that happen.
Just one last quick one. What you're talking about the processing plant and being centralised now, are you talking about like a cooperative style?
Yeah, cooperative models can work beautifully, and certainly the French do that exceptionally well. So I think there definitely could be a model there, and I know cotton, the cotton industry, there's lots of industries that we could model that on. At the moment we've got lots of individual cowboys and cowgirls, if you know what I'm saying. Everyone's sort of doing their own thing. So I think that just as we mature as a sector, those sort of individual actors will start to work together. Yeah, as I say, the Australian Hemp Fibre Processors Group, just a private group, and we just share information within. We're all technically competitors, but we understand that we need to all succeed, so we try to help each other wherever we can.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I'm going to wind this element up because I think it's probably merging into the next one anyway. So I don't know if you've taken any questions on notice, but if you have, can we have those by the 27th of March? Thank you for your evidence, Ms Lucas. And now I welcome representatives, including Ms Lucas, of the Tasmanian Hemp Association.
Do I have to swap seats? Oh,
no. No, we won't make...
Ian's like the worst.
I don't know how Ian's going to go, but anyway, we'll see.
I was thinking I could bring a hat and actually put a hat on, but you'll just have to imagine that a different person now.
Now welcome representatives of the Tasmanian Hemp Association. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Andy Lucas and I appear before the committee in my capacity as the elected president of the Tasmanian Hemp Association. So we can speak on behalf of the association. Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, Senator.
I need to go through each individual
yes, sorry.
for Hansard purposes. Ms Gidney.
Great. Anne Gigney, and I am the Executive Officer for the Tasmanian Hemp Association.
Mr Whitehouse, have you managed to connect to us?
Radio silence.
It's in Southeast Asia, as I understand it, so...
Yeah.
Okay, we shall proceed. Now I would invite you to make a short opening statement and then we'll move to questions from colleagues.
Okay, I'll try to whip through this. I did time it and it was less than 3 minutes. I was going to do a brief introduction of my colleague Ian Whitehouse, who serves as the Vice President. He's currently in his second term in that role. As he's absent somewhere in the airwaves, Anne joined us in October of last year. She's a communications specialist and business development professional. She has deep experience in many industries, including distilling and brewing, which was a huge advantage for us because we all enjoy a little tipple, education, environment and natural resource management. So we were very, very lucky to have Anne join us last year. I started working for the THA actually in Anne's role in January of 2020. I served for 2 years as the Executive Officer before stepping into this volunteer role, and I'm currently in my 4th and final term as President. No presidents for life at the THA, so I will be happily stepping down in September at the AGM. In the unpaid elected roles, Ian and I serve alongside our Treasurer, Fingor Lian. Fingor's a recent and welcome arrival to Australia and an accounting graduate of our corporate member, UTAS. Secretary Penny Dominy is the Operations Manager at XHemp. We have 5 General Committee members, Arbi Gupta from Taz Seed, Operations Manager. We've got Andreas McMahon, a highly experienced natural builder from Fearless Construction. Conrad Chung, who you spoke to earlier today and yesterday from Midland Seed. Nick Mills, again, one of our lovely farmers yesterday from Pansanga. And Robin Tate, who is a soil ecologist and Nuffield scholar. The work of our board and the EO are supported further by the incredible Sam Peeney, who I think all of you have met now as well, who keeps the wheels turning as our part-time admin manager. The reason I list those folks' names, for the record, I'm very proud to serve alongside such incredible professionals. Our staff are underpaid and our volunteer board all generously give their time to work collaboratively and collectively to build this industry. Unlike other peak industry groups in this still emerging sector, we have folks on our board who actually work in the hemp sector. And I think Tim Crow's point, Tim Crow served on our board, in fact nearly everyone you've spoken to has in some way done that role at different times. We are all operators. So if we're wanting to make sure that the true needs of industry are being represented, with true diversity of thought and experience, I think that our 9-person board demonstrates that very visibly. Just for a small amount of history, the THA was founded in 2010, and I do want to reference the work of Phil Reeder. As Mr Schmidt referenced earlier, he did pass away and was an absolute leading light in this industry. Sadly, he passed away before I started working with the group. But we have enjoyed consecutive years of state government grant funding, and that's the absolute reason we have a peak group like we do. That's the truth of it. We represent the overwhelming majority of everyone working in the sector in Tasmania as well, which is great. One of the other huge advantages of the THA is that we have such strong support from staff at NRE and AgriGrowth, and I do specifically want to mention Joe Hall, Sarah Campbell and Sam Wedgwood. These are folks that we've been working alongside for years now, and there's such strength in those relationships because there's trust there and we can move quite quickly. Over the time that I've been back in Tassie, I've had the pleasure of working with 4 ministers for primary industries in Tasmania, which just seems like a lot to me, but Ministers Barnett, Palmer, Howlett and now Gavin Pearce. It is a little tricky having to reintroduce the topic of hemp to new elected reps when portfolios change. I understand that's the nature of the beast in politics sometimes, but it makes it difficult having to start afresh. Minister Pearce has come from an ag background, which is great. It makes it a lot easier to have some of those conversations. The THA is actively engaged with the Department of Education. We have had for multiple years really wonderful events with year 9 to 12 students from both public and private schools in our state. It's one of my absolute favourite parts to the job. One of the representatives earlier from Taz Farmers had highlighted the importance of student education as sort of a foundation stone of market building activities. So I'm very happy to clarify that that's the exact type of work that the THA does, and we do it very well. We've just released our 3-year strategic plan, which I believe the committee have received a copy of. Anne and Ian, if he appears, can speak to that in detail, and certainly we look forward to collectively answering all of your questions.
Thank you. Again, I might quickly start. Your recommendation with respect to a national strategy, which is something that's been mentioned relatively broadly, what would you see as being the key elements of that? We know that through AgriFutures there's the work that's done on R&D behind Farmgate. What are the key elements that you think are required for a national strategy for the sector?
Look, I think I'm probably touching on points, and I think this is very good, that there's repetition from what others have said before me. The work that AgriFutures does, it's interesting, and I've got a good working relationship with AgriFutures, and they've been very supportive in certain ways. I think the lack of holistic messaging from our side has made it very difficult for them to do an effective job. I do feel sometimes that programs are designed and there hasn't been really good stakeholder engagement, or funding is allocated in areas that perhaps if there had been a deeper period of consultation and a bigger table, perhaps in a room where everyone was invited into it, there was quite a lot of sort of blocking of access, I think, in the early years, and that unfortunately led to unintended outcomes. We did a 3-year trial with 8 sites around the country. I ultimately ended up project managing for the final few years the site at Epping Forest. Now that to me was an amazing and astonishingly good opportunity, lots of funding that went into that. and it was just wobbly enough that it didn't give us really particularly usable data at the end. So yes, better than none, but nowhere near the type of expectation, I think, for those of us in the sector. And I think when we're sitting in a room with folks like Midland Seed, who from my understanding, and I certainly will be happily be corrected, but my understanding from the previous general manager to the fellas sitting behind me, was that there wasn't really deep consultation there. So we ended up in a sort of a bit of a messy situation where you perhaps weren't getting the kind of data that was usable for us in industry, and I just don't want to see any money wasted when we could potentially be doing something very targeted and very specific that would have an immediate ripple effect and could be rolled out. So genetics is a tricky one because you've got private companies who are going to be wanting to keep that IP. So again, in my mind, and Mr Schmidt did speak to this as well, I think that if there was allocation of money for a marketing campaign to promote the use of hemp, I think it actually would have had a far greater impact on the industry than a 3-year-long variety trial.
Yeah, okay, so I'll come back to the point of what a national strategy looks like. I mean, the varieties, AgriFutures has a legislated limitation around what it can do, and therefore that's why it did what it did, and that's history, that's gone, that's a learning, if you like, let's park that. So what are the key elements that we're looking for from THA's perspective of what a national strategy looks like? So marketing is obviously an element of that. Some R&D corporations have the capacity to do marketing. I don't think it's part of, and I'm happy to be corrected on this, but I don't think it's AgriFutures' remit, unless there's a specific part of a process for a particular sector. But you talk about, in your recommendations, development of a national hemp strategy. So what are the key elements that you see for that? So I mean, this is us saying to you as a committee, what do you think the industry needs in terms of its national strategy, which is what you're recommending? What are the key elements of that? I mean, that's what I'm asking you to put to us so that that can be reflected in what the committee says at the end of the day.
I think on this, often in these types of conversations, I do tend to recuse myself, which is why Ian Whitehouse has been an amazing human. I've got a very distinct vision for what I see that is needed. It's not necessarily a majority view, so we are very careful with how we present things from the THA's perspective. I would be reluctant to verbally outline a desired national strategy without actually having spoken to all of my colleagues, to be very honest. So I think that would be something I'd like to defer on answering and just provide some information. Is that the correct way?
If you want to take it on notice and come back, and
I couldn't remember what the language was.
As an organisation, come back to us and say,
yeah,
these are, I mean, these are the key elements of what we think.
If I could do that, Senator, that would be great. Yeah.
I'm happy for you to take away some homework. I'll come to that after. You're right in your sense that there is some repetition in what's been said today. That's not necessarily a bad thing from my perspective as someone participating in the inquiry, because when themes come through, they become stronger and develop for us as to what we might recommend in our final report, which is part of the toolkit that we had in mind when we set the inquiry up in the first place. How do we support this industry to develop and grow in the future? And it might be that we make recommendations directed to state governments, we might make recommendations directed to Commonwealth government, we might make some recommendations directed, say, to the industry. You guys should do this. So that's the context in which we're approaching this. So I want to come back to the issues around regulation and where you sit with that. And I've asked this question of other witnesses in relation to the THC limit sitting at 1% compared to what is the international standard, if you like, of 0.3, how that impacts on our industry here and how it facilitates our industry here.
Look, again, I think And feel free to jump in here. It's just, I know that you probably won't, but just do it if you
Not
want
on
to.
a technical question.
So look, again, I mean, I don't think I need to take this one on notice now that I know that useful phrase, but certainly in all of the conversations that I've had with the board and staff over 6 years, I've never heard any one of our members, board or staff ever express the desire to reduce that limit. So I would feel quite confident saying that the THA's official position on THC, lots of acronyms, is absolutely in support of maintaining 1%. And I can certainly double check that as a formal statement, but I would be very, very confident saying that we would see no value, I don't think, in anyone talking about reducing that to match the 0.3. I think we wait for the rest of the world to catch up.
Senator Wish-Wilson.
On that point, do you support the recommendation, for example, of Taz Farmers that we have a legislated definition of hemp as being less than 1%? So
yes.
Yeah.
That would be amazingly helpful. It seems so simple, doesn't it?
It does,
Yeah.
and it's a question I've asked previous witnesses as well. Has the Hemp Association had any discussions around getting this done legislatively with DAF or any other or state?
On a state level,
yeah,
nothing official and in writing, but certainly the feeling of it is that getting anything done is going to take a long time. And I think the experience that the THA had when we consulted on the revision of so the Industrial Hemp Act came in 2015, and we had a 7-year review. And we worked really closely with folks at NRE. It was actually a really amazing consultative process, exactly as we'd sort of described how you'd like it to be. Lots of meetings with lots of people in the room, and we had 20 things, and we whittled it down to 7, and I didn't get the 13 that I wanted, Pete, but, you know, I lived with it, so that was all right. It's like we had lots of ideas, and we said, let's just do 7 really moderate ones, and we got none of them. So that was a bit disheartening, to be honest. When I say we got none of them, I can feel my NRE buddies behind me. There was as much done as could be done, but there wasn't the appetite to go and change 3 pieces of legislation with touch points in the Tasmanian legal context. It's just, there's not the political, we're not big enough, basically.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other priorities that are going to come ahead of hemp in the Tasmanian state legislative universe. We accept and understand that. So that's where the opportunity comes in for the federal government, really, to come in and things like poisons, just take it out of poisons. That will then, as lots of people have talked about, just filters down, and I think that's how it works through that legislative framework. But yes, the clear definition that sub 1% THC is classed as industrial hemp would be amazingly helpful, and the removal from Poisons Act, and I think both of those things can be achieved federally.
And have the other peak bodies, we asked you with you wearing your previous hat, have the other national peak bodies had any discussions with DAF or? I
haven't been privy to those conversations. Ian
haven't come up at your national conferences.
Yeah, look, again, not in a way that I'd be able to confidently speak to either of those groups' positions. Yeah.
And just the same question, I suppose, for hemp being removed from the National Poison Schedule. That's something the association supports?
100%. And I've never heard anyone, any member, board member or anyone ever talk about that not being a great thing. That seems to be a universal.
And would that, by definition, knock the Office of Drug Control out of?
I don't know about that. I think there's still the issue of the misuse of drugs. I should have gone and done that law degree because that would have been helpful as well, wouldn't it? But I didn't. But yes, I think the Poisons Act for sure. I think the ODC is because of the non-definition in the misuse of drugs, is my understanding.
Okay. And hemp being managed by DAF as a...
I'm all for it. Yep. To be honest. Again, something that I haven't had days to sit and read a bunch of papers, but everything that I've heard and been spoken to by people I trust, and whose opinions I think are, have proven to be good. I think that sounds like it makes logical sense to me.
Okay, look, I know there's a lot of overlapping issues we've discussed today around, setting up regional plans, but you do talk about workforce development, like a pipeline, building a pipeline of capacity there. What development opportunities are available for workforce?
Well, I think from what you all saw yesterday, what I love about this is that it's limitless, basically. We could have people who are going into very new, ag tech, deep ag tech, and we could have people who are diesel mechanics, and we could have people who are doing pick and pack stations, and we could be doing anything really. So as far as workforce capability, I think the reality of labour shortage, and again, ex-hemp THA, certainly looking at family-friendly hours. When folks are saying they can't get shearers, and then you ask them if they offered family-friendly hours, and the next thing they've got 2 female shearers working during school hours. Like, it's real, it's a very real thing. It's just a changing of a mindset, basically. Like, what does it actually look like to do a day's work in Australia as a working parent? So the labour shortage thing, it's obviously very nuanced. I think I'm allowed to talk about things like funding of TAFE, things like that.
Yeah, of course.
They're obviously, to me, very logical things. We can't be not expecting to have shortages of skilled trades if we don't fund skilled trades. It's a complicated one. I'm not sure if I can really speak to that with much authority.
I think, if I may jump in, Andy, one of the reasons we've included workforce in our strategic plan is that we feel that is that opportunity right across the board. Obviously, it needs to scale with the growth of the industry, and it doesn't matter. Look, the distilling industry was the same. You don't have the jobs until you've got the scale necessarily. So we think that that's going to be the case. I think the other thing that's really important, and we have discussed this, is that I've joined the THA as a person with some business marketing and comms background. I think there's probably also the opportunity right across the board to look at what are the business skills and the administration and the support of the administration of the business of hemp. What does that actually look like as well? So we haven't really talked about that, I don't think, over the last 2 days, but there's probably an opportunity in that as well. That may also include things like making sure that you've got sustainability and support of what the board looks like as it turns over. You know, so not necessarily paid positions, certainly not, they're not paid positions at the moment on the board, but there is a whole opportunity in that space as well. Now, Ian is our workforce expert. It's a shame he's not here or not able to connect, but, you know, certainly we probably have more to say about workforce and what that might look like, but we'd potentially take Ian's advice about what that needs to look like.
Can we take some more homework on that one and get it to you later?
Yeah, please do. Yeah,
Take a question on those, that'd be useful.
Caught our attention in your submission, so I'd be interested to, consider it is a fledgling industry, but and congratulations on having a full female women's workforce too, by the way. I think.
Oh, thanks.
Very
that hasn't been deliberate at the THA. They were just the very best applicants.
No. Actually, Chair, perhaps if one last question. I know we kind of discussed this yesterday. Obviously, you outline in your submission about early modelling showed this could be a $1 billion industry in Australia. How is it going with carbon offsets and the carbon sequestration side of it, which, as you said, Ms. Lucas, is one of the things that attracted you to the industry, the fact that you're sequestering carbon and doing good things for the environment. Is it anyone doing any work on the science on this? And, you know, have you had any big fossil fuel companies knocking on your door wanting to take over the industry?
That is a very interesting one, actually. Are you happy for me to speak to this? Okay. I thought I might have got the old handbell on that one. So we are very lucky, one of our valued corporate members, and we have 35-ish, and a couple more, in fact, joining this week. So our corporate membership is very broad. One of those was a fellow who was actually mentioned earlier, Winton Evers, a company called Eco Profit. He's really doing the hard work in the background, making sure that we do have a legitimate pathway towards carbon, some sort of carbon trading scheme for hemp as a biomass. I think that what's happened is, for folks like myself, I've been working full-time in the industry since 2018. We've been seeing a lot of folks standing up at conferences going, oh, we're all going to get rich because we're going to sell carbon credits for hemp. It's many years away, I think, the reality of it. It should be gravy rather than the main mission from an economic standpoint, in my opinion. But certainly the THA recognised that we need to be engaging reputable experts who are specialists in this immensely complicated world of like international, federal and state mechanisms and sort of trading platforms. So we're actively engaging corporate members with those expertise, and then we're then able to introduce other startups and farmers and people who are interested in pursuing it further. So I certainly can't speak with any level of expertise. We're 6 months into our 3-year journey as a private business as Hemp, doing our scope 1, 2 and 3. And eventually we will be able to reap economic benefits from that, but it's a really complex world.
Yeah, I think it's the same for the seaweed industry.
Correct.
It's a fledgling industry there that they're hoping to get some kind of,
Are there any internet? Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Are there any international examples in relation to methodologies, for example, which is what you're commencing the development of here, that are further down the track of being developed in relation to the utilisation of hemp, say in the EU in particular or North America?
So again, I'd refer to someone like Winton as the expert, but my understanding, very broad brushstrokes, is that there's a small group of folks who are working with government and private industry around exactly that, and getting hemp biomass classed in the same way that wood is classed as a carbon capturing plant. We actually need to get the category of hemp to be included in non-wood biomass is the sort of category. Once that methodology has been established and people know what they need to track and how that needs to be assessed, then folks will be able to start trading on those platforms. But from what Winton has explained to me in the sort of 4 Zoom calls that we've done over the last 6 months, where my mind melts, it's immensely complicated, is that it's just a very long pathway. And so I'd refer to an expert like that from our corporate membership to speak to that topic.
So effectively, it is the actual recognition in the first place of hemp as a carbon storing product that initiates the rest of the process.
That's right, and as Senator Whish-Wilson points out, carbon was a huge driver for me. I think if we can capture a huge amount of carbon, and 15 to 30 tonne per hectare is an accepted number with peer-reviewed studies sort of underpinning that. The issue is once you've captured the carbon in the growth cycle, it's no good if it just gets ploughed back into the paddock. So you've got to take that plant material and embody it in something. So you're capturing and keeping that carbon, whether that's hemp biochar, which is something XHemp's just started doing and we're extremely excited about. Biochar was another thing I didn't know anything about, and it's amazing, an amazing world. But taking those hemp products, those hemp plants, and physically putting them into the walls of buildings would be the absolute dream for me, because that's sort of ticking all of the boxes. But if we can embody that carbon and prove that we've embodied that carbon, we can then monetise those channels. But I think certainly from the THA's perspective as an association, we recognise this is a massive growth opportunity. So we've deliberately engaged and invited folks who are reputable to join us, and then they can then advise our members.
So in terms of pointing the committee to where that work's being done, that would be your direction,
Absolutely.
So that we can further investigate where.
I'm about to take something else on notice, aren't I? This is exciting. I didn't think I had no homework for XHemp, so this is good.
Okay. Sorry, Peter.
No, it's
all right.
I'm finished, yeah.
Senator DeLuga.
Thanks very much. I've just got 2 questions. With AgriFutures, obviously there was a $2.5 million investment into the for the 5-year industrial hemp research program, including the variety of trials across 9 sites nationally. Now, your submissions acknowledge the work of AgriFutures. Now, from the THA's perspective, as a peak body coordinating across the sector, how useful has the AgriFutures program been for the Tasmanian growers, and what would the most valuable next phase look like?
Look, that's very tricky. I think I don't like to ever look like I'm dodging a question, but in our corporate membership, we've got 2 private companies who supplied genetics to that project. So I'd just like to be very careful in how I answer that, because I'd like to seek advice from both of those participants. That's not a world that I know well. So am I allowed to take that one on notice as well? I sound like I'm doing some sort of major question avoidance here, but it's just ignorance.
I'm happy for you to get it writing to give us the answer.
Yeah, just so I can be absolutely certain. I mean, certainly Midlands obviously is sitting right behind me, and they are one of them, but it would be good to get those parties just to have a quick conversation about how that's presented.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Senator.
And your idea, you raised the idea of the dedicated cooperative research centre for hemp. Now, I'm told that does carry some significant risk, as CRCs are competitive and they typically require substantial industry co-investment. So can you tell the committee why the existing AgriFutures program and the university partnerships aren't sufficient, and what a CRC would deliver that can't be done through the current structures?
Very, very good question. And I think the CRC, well, firstly, I had never heard of that acronym until about 3 or 4 years ago. There was quite a good one that looked like it was going to get up, my opinion, so I've got to be careful, I guess, how I say this. In my opinion, there was one that was being put through by the University of Southern Queensland, I think, so up in your neck of the woods there, Senator.
Western Australia.
Yeah, but you moved there. No, so they had a. Oh, that's right. They had a really good.
I love the whole country.
Yeah.
It's nearly as big as
I thought you were only joking.
No, the point being that there was one that didn't get up because they are incredibly competitive. I know that. There was a CRCP that was. Yeah, it just gets a bit blurry because you've got folks who are partnering as the industry partner on these things, and the motivations. Ironically, there was a subsidiary of a large oil and gas company that were involved in a CRCP, but they certainly didn't make that public. It was very hidden. So there's just a lot of sort of murkiness, which I think is extremely unhelpful because it doesn't create an atmosphere of trust and collaboration amongst industry partners like Hemp and other small mills where we're being asked to contribute material and contribute knowledge. But not actually seeing a clear pathway to how that would benefit us. Then you get into that sort of awkward situation of are you blocking industry progress by not participating in imperfect schemes and trials? And I think that the position of the Tasmanian Hemp Association around that particular project was that it wasn't worth the risk to our existing members. So it's complicated. I've spoken to folks in the cotton industry. I think they had 2 consecutive CRCs, like big ones, that rolled over 2 10-year blocks. So it's obviously, when done well, it would be the type of thing that would transform the sector, but it's just not a world that I know well.
All right. Okay, thank you. There was something I was going to follow on with. I might send you some more homework so that we can cycle through. Thank you for evidence today. Very much appreciated. Again, thank you for all the efforts that you made in facilitating our field day yesterday. That was extremely useful for the members of the committee.
That was all Anne and Sam, and I would like that on the record. Yeah. We just coasted along and looked really good. No, so.
Great day, thank you.
It was lovely having you out here in Tasmania as well. Give us a chance to showcase Tassie and what Tassie can do.
So very much appreciated, and also for the evidence that you've been given today. Now I know you do have some homework, so if we could have that back by the 27th of March, please.
No, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives of the Tasmanian Government. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can I ask you for your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Ashley Bastock. I'm the Acting General Manager of Agriculture and Water with the Department of Natural Resources and Environment, Tasmania.
Thanks, Senator. And I'm Jo Hall. I'm the Manager, Agriculture Policy in the Department of Natural Resources and Environment, Tasmania.
Thank you. Can I ask if you'd like to make an opening statement? And once you've done that, we'll go to questions from colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. And we just thought we'd touch on a few of the issues that were made in the government submission. And it starts with the fact that the Tasmanian Government has always endeavoured to be a strong supporter of a developing industrial hemp industry in Tasmania. My understanding is we were the first jurisdiction in 2015 to formalise an Industrial Hemp Act with the intent to have a simple licensing system that sets the right settings for growers and experts to innovate, value add and develop a prosperous, sustainable and valuable industry. As I'm sure some of the people that you've already spoken to have referred to, the government, through our department, did a review of the Industrial Hemp Act, which concluded in 2024. And the key point from that was the intent was to respond to industry's desire for greater whole-of-plant use. So, in addition to some clarifying amendments to the Act and the regulations for improved transparency and efficiency, and the complementary updates to streamline and simplify licence conditions, the updated Act now provides a new licence purpose for horticultural use. This is to explicitly enable our hemp growers to supply bulk hemp straw bales to licensed persons to use as horticultural mulch in orchards, vineyards and as composting material. as a potential value-add pathway for a harvest byproduct that might otherwise be wasted. That has converted itself into some trials, including on at least 5 vineyards at the moment, and that's something we're happy to go into in a little bit more detail. Importantly, and as I know the Hemp Association referred to, the Tasmanian Government has provided $700,000 since 2017-18 for industry support and development, including research funding. And again, further details of that are in our submission. Importantly, there are no licence fees to apply for a Tasmanian industrial hemp licence. And I note one of the other things is just the updated industry data as to what was in our original submission for 25-26. Notes that there are 60 licence holders, which includes 17 active growers with 373 hectares under cultivation. And of course, we've got 5 participants in that horticultural mulch pilot I referred to. And I'm sure it's been raised before, the activity for industrial hemp peaked in 2019-20 when we had 1,500 hectares under cultivation, and Tasmania produced around 30% of Australia's total industrial hemp crop, which at that time was valued at a farm gate value of around $5 million. Just quickly, Chair, we did just want to reinforce 2 matters which are particularly relevant to the committee's terms of reference that arose through our Tasmanian Act review. And where we believe and consider and would support industry where there is potential scope for reform at the national level. The first is hemp as animal food and livestock fodder. Industry stakeholders locally and around Australia have certainly identified the potential opportunities for hemp as an animal food and or livestock fodder. We note that this is primarily a matter for the APVMA, if not for ZANS, depending on which issue. We understand that the regulatory settings for hemp raw material to be used as livestock fodder needs to be informed by that further research into bioaccumulation of THC and the appropriate withholding periods, as well as any considerations for export market access and consumer confidence. We also note that current registration requirements and future regulatory pathways for any animal or pet food product containing cannabis or cannabinoids is currently the subject of ongoing discussions between the APVMA and industry measures. So that's the first one. And the second issue which came up very strongly through the review of our acts was non-medicinal extracts. And our submission notes that there is currently no pathway that allows non-medicinal extracts of industrial hemp. We certainly understand and share industry's desire that there are a variety of value-added industrial products that could be produced from non-medicinal extracts or resins, including such things as glues, insecticides, bioplastics, adhesives, putty, industrial gels and lubricants. And I'm sure, again, that you've heard from many examples in your last 2 days. As the Office of Drug Control points out in its submission, the policy and legislative reform is required to unlock this opportunity for industrial hemp industry, and we would fully concur with that and would be seeking national leadership in that. I perhaps won't go through some of the details which I know you've no doubt been briefed on in relation to the UN Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs, poison standard, etc., except to make it clear that the Tasmanian Government's position in response to industry submissions for our review was that the Government supports a coordinated industry-led approach at the national level for a pathway for non-medicinal extracts of industrial hemp within the existing drug control framework. And just quickly, it's important for Tasmania, it's certainly been suggested we should go it alone, but Tasmania and hence Australia has an international reputation as a reliable producer of licit poppy material due to our long-standing industry, our regulatory environment and long history of compliance with the UN Convention. So Tasmania takes that responsibility to be consistent with the Single Convention very seriously. We know Australia is required to seek annual endorsement on the estimate of production of narcotic drugs, including the annual poppy cultivation estimates. Licensed poppy cultivation, and I realise it's not what you're here to talk about, but it illustrates the point about the need for that national consistent reform when it comes to extracts for industrial hemp. The poppy industry in Tasmania, depending on the year, is worth between $30 to $50 million just at the farm gate. Of course, as I see we have 4 local senators, you would appreciate the flow-on effects and employment and processing that also occurs in our state. And we have no desire to create an inconsistency with the national and international drug control framework, which may create a reputational and commercial risk for Tasmanian industry. So rather than taking unilateral action on this issue, that's why we're advocating there to be a considered, coordinated, industry-led approach at the national level. And we've also, through our review, and we can explore this if required, are aware that there are perhaps a range of issues that may rise for the industry itself if we went alone on non-medicinal extracts. That may cause some issues with exporting product, potential offences under the Criminal Code, Commonwealth, and also inconsistencies with the Industrial Chemicals Act and the like. So, last point, Chair, like the regulation of industrial hemp in food, which we are proud to say was led by Tasmania and some of my colleagues in the department, we were able to change that at a national level in 2017. We believe this issue has to be addressed nationally to avoid creating more barriers for industrial hemp growers, for example, in trade and product registration, and get back to that principle that we're trying to meet, which is enable them to get more value from the plants they produce. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bastow. I might just start there because the first point that I'd made when just jotting some notes about asking questions to you was the national implications of leading. From what you've just said, there's not necessarily an issue with leading as long as the process culminates in a national approach that fits within the existing frameworks. There's some discussion this morning in evidence in relation to the way that the single convention is interpreted. Is that an issue? Or changing the way it's interpreted? Or are we better off to be maintaining our interpretation of the framework and having our standards set to fit within that process and alignment?
Yeah, I'm happy to have a go at this.
I think I'm trying to say the same thing that you were explaining with respect to the poppy industry, because I think four of us sitting at this table all understand the importance of the development of that industry and its contribution to the economy here locally from both a behind farm gate and downstream process.
Yeah, and thanks, Senator. And I think really the first answer to that question is the Office of Drug Control really should provide you with an answer on that question, because they are the interpreters of the single convention for Australia. Okay. And as
we'll put that on our list.
Ashley has pointed out, we really are very concerned about being consistent with that.
Well, because we have more at stake than just this particular...
And poppy farmers are also hemp farmers, so they grow both. So.
I think, Chair, and it's on the record, and we're happy to assist your Secretariat. We deliberately sought submissions from the ODC for our own review and for our parliamentary process to be clear about what their position was on this matter. They were pretty crystal clear in their interpretation of the concerns to be out of sync and that there is no pathway for non-medicinal. And my understanding, it's the fact that there's just not a pathway is really the argument. It's not that it's either excluded or not excluded. There's not a pathway to navigate your way through it, if that makes sense.
So does that come down to some definitional issues of the way that we define hemp as a product?
It's actually more to do with extracts of cannabis. So if you go back to the single convention, Schedule 1 talks about extracts of cannabis are a drug, and that's where you end up with. And
so it doesn't matter whether it's THC, CBD, or any of the other acronyms that I'm not going to be able to remember today.
Yeah.
They are an extract of a drug and therefore defined that way.
That's where they sit under the single convention, and that's
it almost
as far as we can go.
Sorry, Joe, as slightly odd, Senator, that If it was medicinal, knock yourself out. It's, you know, there's pathways and processes for that. We're talking about the non-therapeutic, non-medicinal approach, that there actually just isn't a pathway that satisfies it. And it does, as I understand, as Joe said, leads us back to the definition of cannabis and the like, yeah.
So in the context of utilising the plant as it may occur in other jurisdictions, is it being managed in a different way, say, in Canada?
I couldn't speak to the detail of Canada's regulation, but I think they have very different interests in terms of other competing industries, and they don't have a problem with it, I think, is the issue.
And so if we're talking about any form of medicinal extraction from a plant, it therefore falls under Australia's interpretation of the convention.
So this again goes to the Narcotic Drugs Act, the Commonwealth
Yep.
Act. So I'm not the expert in that, but my understanding of the Narcotic Drugs Act is that it maps directly back to the single convention, which defines extracts of cannabis as a drug.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter what extract we're talking about, any extract. So medicinal, non-medicinal, it's all defined under the drug control framework.
Okay. I don't think I'm getting any further by going further down that path. In terms of your comments with respect to the utilisation of products, what conversations have you had with, for example, APVMA and Fazance, where you do have a seat at the table on, particularly Fazance, I'm familiar with, in respect of it, changes that might be required in those regulatory frameworks?
Yeah, so with respect to Fazance on the minimum residue levels in milk and meat, for example, which is other witnesses have spoken to, which of course is of concern to the Tasmanian government as well. We want to make sure that that is we're not inconsistent with anything to do with that. My understanding is that there just needs to be more evidence in order to change or to make any setting other than zero minimum residue levels in milk and meat for THC.
And in that sense, just for the record,
yes,
our requirements are very much driven by our global requirements, particularly for those products that we export a lot of, milk and meat.
Yes, exactly.
We need to be able to guarantee that we meet the minimum, the MRLs that are set by our trading partners.
Yes, so my my understanding is that because there's no safe maximum,
there's no MRL set,
it has to be zero.
Yeah, if there's no MRL set for something,
it
is automatically zero.
Zero, exactly. And because there hasn't been the body of research to be able to demonstrate what a safe level might be, it's hard for the regulator to be able to move on that. But we're suggesting that that's, obviously something that should be continued to be looked at. With the pet food issue, which is where you're doing more of a sort of a processing thing, and it's not so much livestock fodder. We're talking more for the real value add stuff for the multi-billion-dollar pet industry. That's there's APVMA are really the key regulators in that space, and we've obviously heard today that they're moving on some of their settings, and we would just continue to be going yes. Please.
So, but you would be participants in that process, I would have thought.
The Tasmanian government as participants in that process.
Well, I mean, it's a national regulatory framework, and the Tasmanian government has a role in managing the application rather than the regulation. So it's a
Yeah, I think, Chair, what Joe's indicating is we might not be directly involved in agri-growth in NRE TAS, but certainly the government is, and my experience previously, we would be working, no doubt, if it's Fazance, with the Department of Health, who may be the lead on that, would be my suspicion. And so, yes, we would be involved.
But for animal products, would it not fall within your portfolio?
And then potentially with Biosecurity Tasmania when it comes to our primary produce safety approach. So, yes, the government would. Joe and I just personally probably aren't, but I guess that's all we're reflecting. But yeah, we would certainly have an interest, and we do work with our colleagues in those other agencies on this matter, and particularly through the review of our acts. So 12, 18 months ago, if touched a bit longer when this was a hot topic, we were certainly engaging on trying to understand and if there was anything we could do in relation to this MRL and the feeding of hemp to livestock. And our chief vet ultimately gave us some strong advice through that approach as to where that zero lands at the moment. Until there is something, we just can't go there if it's going to enter the food chain.
Yep. Okay. Senator Wilson.
I'm okay for
You're right.
Chair, yeah. Okay. Yep.
Can I ask one question? So we can put lipstick on a pig that has hemp seed oil in it, but we can't put it on me. Is that right? Because there's the other way around?
No, hemp seed oil is extracts of hemp seed oil are absolutely fine and wonderful. It's extracts of other fractions of the plant.
So we'd have to harvest a whole paddock of fibre hemp to possibly get an illegal amount of whatever the ABC is. I'm a little bit confused because it sounds like we're holding back an industry because of a definition over here which the federal government is controlling or has influence on, but the state government is investing, you know, it's a significant amount of money in hemp trials and trying to expand and grow the business, but it feels like you're punching against each other. You probably can't comment to that, but I've said it out loud now, and I feel like there's a three-letter acronym I want to throw out there, but I'm not allowed to because Hansard cannot cope with that. That was more of a statement than a question, but I'll shut up now.
We'll go back to the other end of the table, and I'll take that as a statement in true style from a TV program.
Just a quick question. I know it's something obviously the committee is going to look at when we visit other states, but how is Tasmania's regulatory framework different to the other states? And do you have collaborative approaches? I mean, obviously there's national cabinet and other ways to work together on a number of issues, but how are you collaborating nationally?
Perhaps, Joe, before I let you loose on that one, there is a national regulators forum on hemp where we get together and in a practical sense share ideas and experiences. As the first, I think we've been looked at quite a lot as a state that's applied elsewhere, how we applied in other states. But Joe, I know you're itching to answer that question about how we stand. Yeah.
Yes, so very collaborative relationships with the regulators interstate, and a lot of them are going through their own reviews or have been through their own reviews of their legislation. In Victoria, of course, they're just establishing their own standalone act, and they're on the phone to us saying, how do we navigate that issue? They're coming from in Victoria, a sort of a misuse of drugs act application, which is probably more where we were prior to 2015. And so it's just nice to be able to lend some real-world experience, also from the maturity of the industry here and the experience of what is a very light-touch regulatory environment here in Tasmania.
I think that's the key point, isn't it, Joe? Relatively, we're a very simple, through our review, outcomes-based legislation, whereas others are perhaps going more down a prescriptive path. We've tried to keep ours relatively simple.
And could I ask why? Like, is this because we've had experience with the poppy industry, for example, and you're familiar with?
Yeah, it's more of an enabling environment. It's like how do we make the settings right so the industry can actually do this thing rather than how do we stop this thing from happening, I think is the motivation of the government.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm proud that Tasmania's been very, very progressive on this issue, as we have been with medicinal cannabis as well. What can I ask? What was the origin of this? Like, was it industry that came to you, to the Tasmanian government? Obviously, there's political overlays to this you don't need to get into, but what kind of drove the Tasmanian government, including giving grants of $700,000 to the Tasmanian Hemp Association and others to?
Yes, Senator, if I remember my history correctly, it was probably around 2012, thereabouts. There was a parliamentary inquiry into the hemp industry in Tasmania at the state level. And that at the time was in response to growing interest from innovators, like we've heard their names today, and recall Mr. Reader at the time and Mr. Schmidt and others were very keen to try and progress something, and it did get picked up as an inquiry at that time. I'll just qualify that. I'm testing my memory banks, but and it had, if I recall, good support through the Tasmanian Parliament, which then led to, upon a change of government in 2014, that desire to then legislate and create the Industrial Hemp Act, and so that obviously worked through in 2015. So it was the impetus came from industry. I want to be really clear about that, if I remember the time, but then it did get that support, and I think it was mentioned here earlier, it got quite a lot of support from all sides of Parliament at that time to have an enabler. And yes, you're correct, there was that thought about, well, we've done it on poppies, makes sense to do it on hemp, and there was a lot of interest there at the time. So.
Okay, thank you. And is there any other examples of you could point to the committee of? It's obviously very small scale in Tasmania, industrial hemp, and in Australia. Is there any other examples of cottage industries that have grown in Tasmania from small scale to being larger industries? Case studies?
Perhaps in a similar vein, Senator, our recent experience that almost follows the path of industrial hemp has been our seed industry in Tasmania.
The what, sorry?
Yeah, our seed industry, so pasture and vegetable seeds and those sorts of things. So it was always here, and I know there are people behind me that understand that much better than I. But in terms of where government was coming from, almost in parallel to how do we encourage the development of, say, the hemp industry, there was work where the government looked at other jurisdictions like New Zealand, again for more opportunities, and my point being, similar path to with the Hemp Association, we were able to invest in the establishment of a Tasmanian seed industry group, help fund them to do an industry plan, very similar model, and just to try and really help develop that industry where we had various individual parties and help them, or commercial entities, come together as an industry sector. And so a very similar model where we've been able to incentivise them to have an industry group, to develop their own industry plan. We don't pretend to understand how the industries work and the commercial side of it and all those sorts of things in any detail compared to sectors. The best thing we believe we can do in a small state is try and empower the industry to do their own industry plan, support them where we can, of course, with regulation or advice or whatever it might be. So that's probably another good example. Some of the history of that was, if you recall, at that time there were increasing concerns about the poppy industry in the sense of what happened in the US and the like, and there were some market downturns. We're pleased that that has actually turned around, and our industry last few years has grown quite significantly. But that's when, as a government and as a department, we were really looking for what else can we help incentivise, and particularly on the back of the irrigation investment again, what else could we be doing to exploit that opportunity?
Thank you. Look, last two questions for me. Just looking at some of the consistent recommendations we've had from stakeholders, I'd be interested in, for example, how a nationally legislated definition for hemp as being cannabis with less than 1% of THC would affect any operations in Tasmania. Would it have any impact from your point of view as state regulators?
I think we would look to any national developments to see if that required any changes to our state legislation. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Same for hemp being removed from the National Poison Schedule?
Our Department of Health colleagues would probably have a view on that, but again, that maps back to a national standard and it maps again back to the single convention. So there's the concerns that we raised.
So for the DAF being the manager of this rather than the ODC, and I'm just interested as to whether you're aware of whether it make things easier and just as a state.
Yeah, with I think all the usual qualifications of understanding that. I think from our perspective, and our government's been clear in what they've asked us to do as a department, is anything we can do to enable the industry is something that we would look on favourably. I think that goes to your question about we created an outcomes-based legislation initially to try and make it simple rather than prescriptive. You know, and other things we're trying to do. The fact that we've raised the issues that we have after our review about where there needs to be, we suggest national reform to give growers more options. Again, if there was something that enables this to be considered differently, then I think we would look at that favourably. I think, Senator, our experience in developing the Act and also the review is, and I really appreciate the views of THA earlier, there's only so far we can go whilst it's essentially listed and prescribed the way it is when it comes to the cannabis plant. So we're trying to do everything we can to make it as straightforward within that. You can read into that with, any opportunity to promote the industry, we'd be happy to look at that, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Senator, so you're all right?
Yeah.
You're good? So I was going to go to that same point with respect to a definition, a nationally agreed definition. It would have to be, I would have thought, because of hemp being a product with less than 1% THC. But it still doesn't remove the interpretation of the convention with respect to any active distilled from a hemp plant. Is that, am I getting it now?
That's my understanding, yes. Yeah. Yes.
So the creation of a national definition of hemp, industrial hemp, being a product with less than 1% THC is one thing. Then there is the recognition of that within the interpretation of the convention.
Yes.
Being another phase of a potential process.
Yes, and I think, Senator, you've just gone to the kind of the gap, I guess, in that every state and territory that has a hemp act has the same definition for industrial hemp. We all have the same definition of less than 1% THC. We've got a nationally consistent definition for industrial hemp. It's the where it sits in the Narcotic Drugs Act and the single convention, and that's where the gap exists.
So everybody's interpretation nationally of industrial hemp is less than 1%?
Is up to 1%. Up to 1%. Yes, it used to be slightly different in Victoria, but they've recently come online with the same.
So we have a nationally.
So nationally consistent from an industrial hemp regulator's point of view. Regulator's
perspective.
Yes.
The point is the continued recognition by the Office of Drug Control, and of course the Office of Drug Control's interpretation of the
single convention.
Yes. Are the steps that
are missing there. The gap. Yeah.
Well, gap.
Yes.
Interpretation. Who's running, who is making the interpretation, and how that fits into our obligations and compliance with our obligations under the single convention, which we have signed up to comply with. Okay. All right. I don't have anything further. If colleagues don't have anything further.
Not really.
Unless something comes later and we can write you a note on notice, but you have given us some places to go and look for some information, so we very much appreciate that. Thank you for your submission, and thank you for appearing before the committee. If there's anything that you've taken on notice, could you please give us that back by the 27th of March? And that concludes today's hearing. Thank you, colleagues.
The government's turned up to, so thank you. In 3 days.
Yeah. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.